Testing 1, 2, testing captions 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2. The webcast will begin at 9:30. The webcast will begin at 9:30.
Recording in progress.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Friday, November 17th. It is 9:33 a.m., and I'd like to call this public hearing to order. Today's public hearing is here in we're here located in the Coastal Hearing Room in the Cal EPA Headquarters Building in Sacramento, California. And this is the time and place for the public hearing to receive public comments on the draft staff report in support of potential Sacramento Delta updates to the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco-based Sacramento San Joaquin Delta Estuary, or the Bay Delta Plan. With me here today, I'm being joined by Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. Joining us as well is Eileen Sobek and our Chief Deputy Eric Oppenheimer. And joining us virtually is Michael Loffer, our Chief Counsel. With us as well is our Clerk of the Board, Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Emily McShane and Margie Argel. As you can see, this is both an in-person and virtual hearing. So if you're joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through the Cal EPA live stream or the YouTube live stream. But if you intend on commenting on today's hearing, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of the notice for today's hearing. If you're having any challenges, though, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get onto the platform. Once you are, your camera will be off, you'll be on mute until it's your turn to speak on today's item. For those in the room, good morning. A few quick announcements for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If there happens to be an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await any further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on today's item, there should be a QR code or otherwise a tablet that it will be on the side of the room here in a moment. If you have any challenges, though, please do just talk to the clerk of the board, and she can help make sure you're on the list. Finally, please do silence any phones so that we can have an uninterrupted discussion today. Now I'll provide some background information on how the hearing will be conducted. Today is the first day of this multi-day hearing to receive public comments on the draft staff report in support of possible Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. After today, the hearing will continue at 9:30 a.m. on December 1st and conclude on December 11th, 2023. When at 9:30 a.m. we will start as well on that date. When the hearing will begin at noon and extend into the evening. Actually, I apologize. I should not get ahead of my own script. On the 11th, we won't start at 9:30. The hearing will actually begin at noon and will extend into the evening. So the third day of our three-day process here, we will have an opportunity for those that can attend during the day and be able to participate in the evening. For planning purposes, please be aware that the hearing days have the potential to run long, since we have a very large number of speakers registered for each of the hearing days and want to be sure we hear everyone's comments. The hearing will be held in accordance with the Notice of Availability and Opportunity for Public Comment, Hearing, and Staff Workshops on the draft staff report in support of potential Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan as revised on November 14th. The purpose of the hearing is to provide the public the opportunity to comment on the draft staff report. Please ensure your comments today relate to the content of the report. The revised notice recently, also I want to make sure and flag, extended the written comment due date for from December 15th, 2023 for the draft staff report to January 19th, 2024. If you intend to submit written comments on the draft staff report, please read and follow the instructions in the notice for submitting written comments. In particular, please email your written comments to sacommentS@waterboards.ca.gov, and that's SAC Delta comments@waterboards.ca.gov, with the subject line, comment letter, Sacramento Delta draft staff report. State Water Board staff is available to answer questions and to collaborate with all parties as the public planning process moves forward, and we want to be available to do that. But we also need to keep formal comments organized, and so written comments are very helpful for us. In addition, where possible, it would be helpful if parties could identify and distinguish their specific California Environmental Quality Act comments from other comments. You will see this request and reminder in the website as well. The hearing fulfills the requirements for receipt of oral comments as described in the board's regulations and state and federal law. There will be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. The board will not respond to comments at this hearing other than to seek clarification of comments presented if necessary. The State Board will not take any action today or during either of the two remaining hearing days. Rather, board action will occur at a later notice board meeting following consideration of public comments on the draft staff report and any needed updates to the report. Before the board considers approval of the staff report and updates to the Bay Delta Plan, there will be additional opportunities for public comment on the specific proposed changes to the Bay Delta Plan. Staff will describe these next steps in more detail during the presentation. Today's order of proceeding will begin with any opening remarks that my fellow board members would like to make. We will then hear any abbreviated presentation from staff in order to allow as much time as possible for public comments. If you are interested in a more detailed staff presentation, we encourage you to watch the recordings of previous staff presentations from the two recent staff workshops on the draft staff report, and those are posted on our website. State Water Board staff have also posted a video tutorial providing an overview of the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan and staff report to the board's website. So there are a number of resources on the website, and folks should really avail themselves. Again, at the top here, after my comments, We will try to keep this pretty short. So following the staff presentation, we'll hear from any elected officials and tribal leaders that are not part of our panel presentations that may be present, followed by then public comment. Some groups have requested to give panel presentations. We will alternate between panels and individual commenters after the lunch period. And we plan to take a short break in the morning here and then another in the afternoon. And I think we'll have about a 30 or 45-minute lunch break. We have 5 panels scheduled to present today. After the staff presentation, as we said, we'll hear 3 consecutive panels. The panels will cover, the first 3 panels here before lunch will cover 1, tribal engagement and water rights, 2, tribal beneficial uses, and 3, environmental justice concerns and harmful algal blooms. We'll then take a lunch break. We do not expect to take individual speakers before lunch, as I said. After lunch, we'll hear from the California Rice Commission, followed by a group of public comments. We will then hear from our last panel and then provide an overview of the proposed VAs. And at the end of the day, we'll finish again with our individual comment speakers. Here further, as described in the notice, we are limiting speaking times to ensure a productive, efficient, and fair hearing. Oral comments by individuals will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Panels will be limited to 20 minutes unless otherwise arranged. And I may need to limit speaking times further if necessary to ensure all speakers are able to speak without getting late into this evening. Speakers should also be making their comments at only one of the 3 hearing days to ensure all interested parties and participants have an opportunity to speak at this hearing. As a reminder, we are accepting written comments on the draft staff report, and we encourage you to submit those. There are a few points about this hearing that I'd like to emphasize. First, please keep your comments limited to the staff draft report. Second, I or my fellow board members may ask questions for clarification. Staff will not be responding, though, to oral comments today. We are here truly to be listening and to be reflecting on your comments on the staff draft report. Board staff will prepare written responses to oral and written comments on the staff report prior to the board taking final action and further action on the report and updates on the Bay Delta Plan. Finally, I'd like to provide some brief context for today. On September 28, 2023, a draft staff report described possible Sacramento River and Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan and was released for public review and comment. The release of the draft staff report initiates a public comment period, and we're here today to listen to your input. The release of this report is the most significant step to date in the process to consider the Sacramento Delta updates to the plan, which began in 2012. Since then, board staff have completed several steps to develop Sacramento Delta updates, including holding multiple technical meetings and workshops to inform Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, significant work to develop the Sacramento water allocations model to evaluate possible Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, development of the 2016 draft and 2017 final scientific basis report in support of possible Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Additionally, there's been development of the 2018 framework for the updates to the plan and evaluating also a voluntary agreement proposal that the board received last year, which is including development of a supplemental scientific basis report. Staff will describe the background behind how we got here in more detail during their presentation. I also want to take a moment and recognize that the Bay Delta watershed is a complex system that serves as a critical resource for the state. It provides drinking water to millions of Californians. It provides much of the water supply for farmland throughout the state and is vital to California Native American tribes whose cultures are deeply entwined with the watershed and the ecosystem. Providing balanced protection of all beneficial water uses is incredibly important and takes careful consideration. Your input on the draft staff report will help inform the next steps this board will take and on the update for the Sacramento and Delta components of the Bay Delta Plan. We are intently listening on your feedback. I want to thank you for your attentiveness for joining us today. Next, I'll turn to my board colleagues and ask if anyone would like to make any remarks before we go to staff presentations. So I've looked at my fellow board colleagues. Fair enough. Next, I'd like to go to staff from the Division of Water Rights, who will provide an overview of the draft staff report. And so now I'll turn it over to Diane Riddle to introduce herself in the presentation. Ms. Riddle.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Good morning. Again, my name is Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights, overseeing the board's Bay Delta efforts. With me here today are Nicole Williamson and Sam Bishevkin, all environmental program managers in the division, as well as Samantha Olson with the Office of Chief Counsel. In addition, Matt Holland, an environmental program manager, is on the Zoom platform recovering from an illness, and we have other staff on the Zoom platform and in the room today to answer any questions that may need to be answered. Next slide, please. So I'll start the presentation by providing a summary of the topics we plan to discuss today. First, I'll begin with a brief overview of the Bay Delta Plan, including the purpose and need for the plan update. Next, staff will give a high-level overview of the draft staff report in support of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Lastly, we'll end the presentation with next steps and future opportunities to participate in this process. Again, we have a large number of registered participants for today's hearing. Accordingly, my presentation and Nicole's presentation today will be shorter than it might have been otherwise. And I also wanted to note at the next 2 hearing days, we're planning to have an extremely abbreviated staff presentation, given there are even more commenters on those 2 days. So just wanted to notify the public, if you're interested in a more in-depth staff presentation, please, again, see the resources on the board's website. Next slide, please. So I'll start with, sorry, can you go back one? I'm sorry. Okay. Go ahead, next slide, please. All right, looks good. Okay, so I'll start with a little bit of background on the Bay Delta Plan. The State Water Board protects water quality in the Bay Delta in part through the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, or Bay Delta Plan for short. The Bay Delta Plan identifies beneficial uses of water to be protected in the Bay Delta, including municipal and industrial, agricultural, and fish and wildlife. It includes flow-related water quality objectives to reasonably protect the beneficial uses and a program of implementation to achieve the objectives, including actions the State Water Board will take, such as implementing flow requirements, and actions the State Water Board will take with others, or recommendations for others for actions that they should take, such as habitat restoration actions. The plan also identifies monitoring and assessment measures to evaluate compliance and effectiveness of implementation actions and inform future updates to the plan. The Bay Delta Plan contains water quality objectives that are both narrative and numeric. Narrative objectives describe the general water quality conditions and flow conditions that must be attained through watershed management. They also serve as a basis for the detailed numeric objectives. Numeric objectives are specific numbers, for example, cubic feet per second or percentage of unimpaired flow. Next slide, please. Next, I'll provide a little bit of context as to how the Bay Delta Plan, the relationship of the Bay Delta Plan with the regional water boards basin plans. The regional water quality control boards adopt water quality control plans or basin plans that protect beneficial uses of water pursuant to state and federal law. 2 regional water board basin plans include water bodies in the Bay Delta watershed. These plans are the Central Valley Regional Water Board's Water Quality Control Plan for the Sacramento and San Joaquin River basins, and the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board's Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay region. For water subject to the Clean Water Act, the beneficial use designations in these 2 basin plans serve as designated uses under the Clean Water Act, and the water quality objectives to protect those uses serve as criteria under the Clean Water Act. Regional Water Board implementation of basin plans is largely focused on regulated discharges of waste, including discharges regulated through the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, permits, and waste discharge requirements for non-point source discharges. Together, the Bay Delta Plan and the 2 regional water board basin plans are intended to be complementary to one another and address the range of water quality and water diversion activities within the state and regional water boards implementation authorities that may impact beneficial uses of water, as well as identifying and including recommendations and actions by others to protect beneficial uses of water. The state and regional water boards are required under California law and federal law to periodically review water quality control plans and to update those plans as needed. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overall map of the Bay Delta watershed and the areas covered by the State Water Board's Bay Delta planning and implementation processes. The term Bay Delta watershed includes the Sacramento and San Joaquin River systems, the Delta, Sassoon Marsh, and San Francisco Bay. The Bay Delta watershed is one of the most important ecosystems in California. The watershed is also an integral part of California's water supply system for people and farms, as well as a vital part of the cultural, religion, and way of life of numerous California Native American tribes. The State Water Board is currently in the process of considering updates to portions of the Bay Delta Plan covering the Sacramento River and Delta. The blue oval in this slide identifies the general geographic scope of these updates, including the Sacramento River and its tributaries, the Delta East Side tributaries, which include the Cosumnes, Mokelumne, and Calaveras rivers, and the Delta. The area is referred to for shorthand as the Sacramento Delta watershed. Separately, the State Water Board updated the Bay Delta Plan's lower San Joaquin River and tributary flow and Southern Delta salinity components in 2018. Efforts are currently underway to implement those updates and to consider a voluntary agreement on the Tuolumne River. Next slide, please. So now I'll talk a little about the purpose of the efforts to update the Bay Delta Plan. Native aquatic species have undergone substantial population declines due to a variety of ecosystem stressors since the last time the State Water Board comprehensively updated the Bay Delta Plan, including due to flow alterations, habitat loss, degradation of water quality, and prolonged droughts. This is documented in the board's 2017 scientific basis report in support of Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, as well as the 2023 scientific basis report supplement in support of possible voluntary agreements that we will discuss later. The scientific basis report further documents the existing provisions of the Bay Delta Plan that are not adequate to provide for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. The Sacramento Delta update is intended to help address these issues and the aquatic ecosystem stressors within the State Water Board's responsibilities to improve environmental conditions to provide for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses in the Sacramento River and Delta watershed, along with actions in the regional board's basin plans. Next slide, please. So this slide provides some background on previous activities that have been completed leading to the development of the draft staff report for the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. Chair Esquivel briefly spoke about these. I'll talk a little bit more about them. The State Water Board issued the supplemental notice of preparation for updating the Sacramento and Delta components of the Bay Delta Plan in 2012. Between 2012 and 2016, the State Water Board conducted several activities to support and inform the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan, including holding several scientific and technical meetings to inform that update process on various topics. This also includes undertaking a major process to develop a new model that is capable of evaluating the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, including covering all of the tributaries involved in the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. It also includes developing the draft and the final scientific basis report, as well as the supplemental scientific basis report for the voluntary agreements. With respect to the 2017 scientific basis report, that report identified the science supporting year-round inflow and temperature management measures for the Sacramento River, its tributaries, and the Delta East Side tributaries. Associated Delta outflows that would provide for the required inflows in the Bay Delta Plan to be provided as outflow, including those from the Sacramento Delta tributaries and the San Joaquin tributaries, and interior Delta flows to prevent impacts to native fish from Delta water export operations. Following development of the scientific basis report in 2018, in advance of consideration of the lower San Joaquin River flow and Southern Delta salinity updates to the Bay Delta Plan, the State Water Board released a framework that identified a staff proposal at that time, which is referred to as the proposed plan amendments in the draft staff report. Next slide, please. So I'll talk a little bit about that proposal. The framework identified a possible inflow objective for the Sacramento River and its salmon-bearing tributaries and the Delta East Side tributaries, calling for 55% of unimpaired flow within an adaptive range from 45 to 65% of unimpaired flow. Unimpaired flow is the flow that would accumulate in surface waters in response to rainfall and snowmelt and flow downstream if there were no reservoirs or diversions to change the quantity, timing, and magnitude of flows. Effectively, an unimpaired flow requirement would provide for a portion or percentage of the inflow to a river or stream to be left in stream to support fish and wildlife, allowing the remaining flows to be stored or diverted for consumptive uses for agriculture, municipal, and other purposes. The framework includes flexibility to address specific tributary needs, as well as possible voluntary implementation methods and default implementation methods absent voluntary methods. The identified flow levels would provide flows more often that meet flow thresholds that are indicated to support recovery of key ecological indicator species. And the unimpaired flow approach would more closely resemble natural hydrographic conditions, providing benefits for native fish species, as documented in the 2017 scientific basis report. The adaptive range would allow for higher or lower flows based on specific tributary considerations. Specifically, higher flows may be required on tributaries that are already at higher levels, and these flows are needed to protect native fish and wildlife. Lower flows could be required if flows need to be maintained in storage for temperature management. The range would also provide for lower flows in the event voluntary measures are implemented to restore habitat that achieves equivalent benefits. In addition to inflows, consistent with the scientific basis report, the framework identified cold habitat provisions that will require tailored measures based on specific needs within each individual tributary to ensure that reservoirs are operated in a manner that provides needed cold water habitat for salmonids, or other measures are taken to provide for cold water habitat. And again, as I mentioned, it would require inflow-based delta outflows that would provide for the inflows from the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, as well as the 2018 updates to the Bay Delta Plan for the lower San Joaquin River flows to be provided as outflow, as well as the interior Delta flows I alluded to earlier, and lastly, science monitoring, assessment, reporting, and other provisions. While identified as the proposed plan amendments, all of the alternatives evaluated in the draft staff report are also under consideration by the State Water Board, and the State Water Board has made no decision on the actual changes to the Bay Delta Plan. That decision will be informed by comments on the draft staff report and other information, as will be discussed later in this presentation. Next slide, please. So following release of the 2018 framework in late 2022, during the completion of the draft staff report, the State Water Board received a memorandum of understanding signed by state and federal agencies and water users proposing voluntary agreements, or VAs, as a proposed means for updating and implementing the Bay Delta Plan. The VAs propose flow and habitat restoration actions on several tributaries to the Delta and in the Delta that are intended to contribute to achieving a proposed new narrative ecosystem protection objective, and the Bay Delta Plan's existing narrative salmon protection objective, calling for the doubling of salmon populations, which the VA parties propose to contribute to achieving by 2050. The State Water Board is not a signatory to the VA term sheet and has made no decision regarding whether to approve the proposed VAs. In January of 2023, the State Water Board staff released a draft scientific basis report supplement in support of the proposed voluntary agreements for public review and comment. This report documents the science supporting the Sacramento Delta portions included in the proposed VAs and supplements the 2017 scientific basis report. Following receipt of public comments, the draft was revised, and the final draft scientific basis report supplement is undergoing external scientific peer review pursuant to the requirements of the Public Health and Safety Code, similar to the process that was taken for the 2017 scientific basis report. In September of 2023, the State Water Board released the draft staff report that Nicole will discuss in more detail. Next slide, please. So with respect to the specifics of the proposed VAs, The VAs include a combination of flow and non-flow habitat restoration measures on the Sacramento, Feather, American, Yuba, and McCollum rivers, as well as Poudre Creek and in the Delta, proposed by water users in the watershed. The VAs also include a proposal for the Tuolumne River, which is being considered separately and is not being considered for approval in the draft staff report. However, the possible additive benefits to delta outflows from the Tuolumne River VA are analyzed in the draft staff report and the VA scientific basis report supplement. As indicated previously, the VAs proposed that the flow and non-flow habitat restoration measures would be implementation measures for a proposed new narrative objective to achieve the viability of native fish populations and implementation of the participating parties' share during the term of the VA to contributing to the salmon doubling objective. The proposed VAs also include governance and science programs to direct flows and habitat restoration, conduct assessments, and develop strategic plans and annual reports. By the end of the year or shortly thereafter, the VA parties also plan to submit to the State Water Board drafts of additional components of the voluntary agreements proposal, including accounting procedures for the flows, a global agreement, and enforcement and implementing agreements, as well as a governance charter. The VAs propose an initial 8-year term. If approved by the board and shown to be effective, the term could be extended or modified. If the proposed VAs are found to be effective through a process laid out in the VA documents, a regulatory pathway could apply, or not found to be effective. A regulatory pathway could apply after the board takes certain steps. The draft staff report identifies a staff proposed regulatory pathway consistent with the flows identified in the 2018 framework and proposed plan amendments, including 55% of an unimpaired flow within a range from 45 to 65, and associated delta outflows, as well as cold water habitat measures. The draft staff report also assumes the regulatory pathway would apply to non-VA regions. With that, I'll now turn it over to Nicole Williamson to discuss the draft staff report.
Thank you, Diane. My name's Nicole Williamson, and I'm an environmental program manager at the State Water Board. Can you move to the next slide, please? Thank you. The draft staff report includes scientific information and environmental and economic analyses to support Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, including impact and benefit assessments. The report assesses a range of alternatives, including the proposed plan amendments based on the 2018 framework document, the proposed VA's alternative, and other project alternatives. The other alternatives being considered are described in more detail in a subsequent slide. In addition, based on input from California Native American tribes, the draft staff report identifies the proposed incorporation of tribal and subsistence fishing beneficial uses of water, or TBUs, to the Bay Delta Plan that I'll describe in more detail later. The draft staff report is also a substitute environmental document that fulfills the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, under the State Water Board's CEQA regulations. The board's public release of the draft staff report provides interested parties the opportunity to make oral and written comments on the analyses to inform any needed additions or changes to those analyses. Public input on the draft staff report, peer review of the scientific basis report supplement for the VAs, and the additional VA documents will inform the State Water Board's planning process and eventual consideration of adoption of potential Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Next slide. The State Water Board adopts water quality control plans as part of a certified regulatory program under CEQA. Certified regulatory programs are exempt from CEQA's requirements for preparing an environmental impact report. Accordingly, the State Water Board may prepare a substitute environmental document that meets the requirements of CEQA. The entire staff report can be considered a substitute environmental document that fulfills the requirements of CEQA and the State Water Board's CEQA regulations to analyze the environmental effects of the proposed regulatory activity, as well as other applicable requirements. CEQA's basic purposes are to inform governmental decision makers and the public about potential significant environmental effects of foreseeable compliance methods and response actions, and identify mitigation measures that could avoid or reduce potentially significant environmental impacts. The environmental analysis often considers a range of potential outcomes, including the most conservative for evaluating potentially significant effects on the physical environment. In many instances, there may be no impact. However, for each resource area, the analysis assumes a worst-case scenario for evaluating effects on the physical environment. It is important that the CEQA impact conclusions be understood in the context of the nature of the project, which is intended to be a restoration action. The impacts that could potentially result from implementation occur in a system that has been highly altered, and the project would be expected to improve conditions for native fish and wildlife in the Sacramento Delta watershed over time. Potential environmental impacts should be viewed in light over the overall purpose and goals of the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. Next slide. In addition to CEQA's requirements, the State Water Board's amendments to the Bay Delta Plan must be prepared in accordance with applicable water quality planning provisions of the Porter-Cologne Act, the Water Code, and other applicable laws. Section 13241 of the Porter-Cologne Act identifies certain factors that must be considered when establishing water quality objectives that are identified on this slide. The draft staff report discusses these factors with respect to the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The executive summary, which is Chapter 1 of the draft staff report, provides a list of the locations within the draft staff report where these discussions are primarily located. The factors are an inherent part of the analyses presented for decision makers to understand the effects not only on the environment, but also on other beneficial uses of water, economics, and other important considerations like the human right to water. Climate change is another relevant factor that is also considered, though it is not specifically identified in Water Code Section 13241. Next slide. This slide provides an overview of the organization of the draft staff report. In the interest of time, I'm not going to summarize the contents of each individual chapter in detail. However, Chapter 7 presents the environmental analysis for the proposed plan amendments and several alternatives, and Chapter 9 presents the environmental analysis for the proposed VAs. Next slide. This slide identifies the alternatives that are evaluated in the draft staff report. These include both standalone alternatives and modular alternatives that could modify the standalone alternatives. The standalone alternatives include the proposed plan amendments, which are based on the 2018 framework, the proposed VAs, high and low flow alternatives, which are similar to the proposed plan amendments, but would require lower or higher amounts of inflow and delta outflow, and a no project alternative. The no project alternative is included to compare the impacts of approving a proposed project with the impacts of not approving a project. The modular alternatives include 3 interior delta flow and fall delta outflow variations, including an alternative that would remove the interior delta flow and fall delta outflow provisions from the flow alternatives, and 2 alternatives that would add to the interior delta flow provisions of these alternatives. The modular alternatives also include a conceptual drought alternative with 2 variations that could help to address limited water supplies during drought. Lastly, the modular alternatives include a conceptual alternative that would apply to the VA alternative and would protect VA flows and the base upon which they are added from future diversions. The modular alternatives are not currently specifically proposed or incorporated into the standalone alternatives. In the event any of these alternatives is proposed to be carried forward into the actual updates to the Bay Delta Plan, it would be further developed and subject to public review and input during the process to develop specific proposed changes to the Bay Delta Plan that will be discussed later in this presentation. A description of each of the alternatives is included in Section 7.2, Description of Alternatives. The State Water Board has not yet made any decisions on how to move forward with the update to the Bay Delta Plan, and all alternatives and variations described in the draft staff report are available for consideration during the public planning process. Next slide. Sorry, just a moment. Could you go back one slide? Okay. Sorry, you can go forward. Thank you. This slide provides a summary of the modeling tools used to support the environmental and other analyses presented in the draft staff report. I'll briefly describe these models for context for today's discussion. More details were provided during our modeling workshop on November 2nd, which was recorded and posted on the board's website. The Sacramento Water Allocation Model, or SAC-WAM, is used to model changes in hydrology and changes in water supply, and used to inform other models in the draft staff report. The Delta Simulation Model 2, or DSM-2, is used to model delta hydrodynamics and water quality. The Statewide Agricultural Production Model, or SWAP, is used to model agricultural production in the Sacramento and San Joaquin Valleys, and HEC-5Q is used to evaluate changes in temperatures on the Sacramento, Feather, and American rivers. Other models are used to evaluate habitat benefits, changes in hydropower production, and to further evaluate economic effects. It is important to note that all of these models are intended to be used in a comparative sense for assessing the incremental effects between scenarios. Similar to other modeling tools used for assessing actions in the Bay Delta watershed, like CalSIM-2 and CalSIM-3, SAC-WAM and the other models are not intended to be used in a specific predictive manner. Next slide. The impacts of changes in hydrology and changes in water supply that could result from the alternatives for updating the Bay Delta plan are presented in chapters 7 and 9 of the draft staff report. The environmental analyses are organized by environmental resource category, following the State Water Board's environmental checklist. The environmental resource categories are identified on this slide. Next slide. Chapters 7 and 9 describe the potentially significant environmental impacts, less than significant impacts, and beneficial environmental effects of the alternatives. This slide identifies the locations of impact summary tables that provide a summary of the, I'm sorry, just one moment.
Thanks, everyone. Just having a quick pause because I believe we don't have the updated version of the slides folks wanted up. So just one moment. Thanks for the patience.
Okay, while we're looking for that, I'm happy to continue where we left off.
That works. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if it's possible to, okay, great, thank you. The environmental analysis often considers a range of potential outcomes, including the most conservative for evaluating potentially significant effects on the physical environment. As I mentioned earlier, in many instances, there may be no impact. However, for each resource area, the analysis assumes a worst-case scenario for evaluating effects on the physical environment. And it's important the CEQA impact conclusions be understood in the context of the nature of the project, which is intended to be a restoration action. Next slide, please.
Thanks again for the patience. I think we're just pulling up a right version of the slides. Thanks.
All right, thank you all for your patience here as we're showing the correct version of the slides. So the draft staff report defines a plan area and a study area. The plan area includes the Sacramento Delta watershed and continues west as water flows through the delta and downstream through Sassoon Marsh and adjoining bays, marking the brackish transition from freshwater to saltwater and out to the Pacific Ocean. The plan area encompasses the areas where the possible Sacramento Delta plan amendments may apply and the ecosystem that the plan is intended to protect. Next slide, please. Water from the Sacramento Delta watershed is used in the Sacramento Delta and is also delivered and used in portions of the San Francisco Bay Area, San Joaquin Valley, Central Coast, and Southern California regions. Therefore, a larger study area is also defined to ensure that environmental impacts and economic effects are evaluated comprehensively. This slide, or the study area, is divided into 7 regions based on geography and water supply. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the organization of the environmental analyses presented in chapters 7 and 9 of the draft staff report. Due to the size and complexity of Sacramento Delta water supply and use, the environmental analyses are necessarily broad and conservative to cover the wide range of foreseeable compliance measures and responses that may result from the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. To organize the environmental analysis, the evaluation of reasonably foreseeable methods of compliance and response actions that may be taken in response to the project are organized into the following categories: changes in hydrology, changes in water supply, habitat restoration and other ecosystem projects, and new or modified facilities. Changes in hydrology include changes in the magnitude and timing of Sacramento Delta tributary flows, delta inflows, interior delta flows, and delta outflows, as well as changes in reservoir levels. Changes in hydrology would be expected to provide environmental benefits to native aquatic and aquatic-dependent species and ecosystem functions in the Sacramento Delta watershed. Many of these benefits would be a result of higher winter and spring flows. However, changes in hydrology would also be expected to result in decreased flows during the summer and fall in some locations due to reduced water deliveries and delta exports, particularly at higher in-stream flow requirements. Changes in hydrology could also result in reduced reservoir levels and increased reservoir level fluctuations in some locations, again, particularly at higher flow levels. These changes could result in potentially significant environmental impacts to environmental resource areas that must be evaluated under CEQA. Incremental impacts associated with existing water quality problems such as temperature, mercury, and other contaminants and harmful algal blooms are identified in the draft staff report. Changes in water supply include reduced Sacramento Delta surface water supplies. The draft staff report evaluates the effects of changes in Sacramento Delta water supplies by sector, which includes agricultural supplies, municipal supplies, and wildlife refuge supplies. Changes in water supply also include possible increases in groundwater pumping that could occur in response to reduced Sacramento Delta water supplies. Changes in supply also include other water management actions, including groundwater storage and recovery, water transfers, water recycling, and water conservation that could be undertaken in response to reduced Sacramento Delta supplies, utilizing existing infrastructure and not involving construction. The draft staff report also evaluates environmental impacts of habitat restoration and other ecosystem projects and new or modified facilities that involve construction. These types of projects are evaluated separately in sections 7.21 and 7.22 and would apply to all standalone alternatives. Common construction impacts are consolidated to avoid redundancy where possible. The draft staff report includes impact summary tables that provide a summary of the potentially significant impacts, less than significant impacts, and beneficial environmental effects of each of the standalone alternatives. The impact summary tables for changes in hydrology and supply under the proposed plan amendments and proposed VAs are in Chapter 1, and the impact summary tables for habitat restoration and new or modified facilities are in sections 7.21 and 7.22. Summary tables for other standalone alternatives are in Appendix F. Next slide. All right, we already covered this one, so I'm going to skip through this one. Next slide, please. Thank you. The State Water Board has been engaging with California Native American tribes through listening sessions, meetings, and individual discussions to understand tribal perspectives and interests in the board's efforts to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan. Chapter 11 summarizes these tribal outreach and engagement activities related to the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, documents traditional ecological knowledge to inform the update to the Bay Delta Plan, and discusses incorporation of tribal and subsistence fishing beneficial uses into the Bay Delta Plan. As discussed earlier, the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan is intended to be a restoration action to benefit native aquatic and aquatic dependent species. Incorporating tribal and subsistence fishing beneficial uses into the Bay Delta Plan is an explicit recognition of the connection indigenous cultures have not only to native fish species in the watershed, such as salmon and steelhead, but also to the entire ecosystem, including the plants and animals living in the water and at the water's edge, and to the water itself. Incorporation of TBUs into the Bay Delta Plan is not proposed as a formal designation of the uses as applying to specific water bodies or water body segments. TBUs may include additional tribal uses on water not related to fish and wildlife beneficial uses that are beyond the scope of the Bay Delta Plan update. Additional work and collaboration is needed among the tribes, the State Water Board, and the regional water boards to define the proper scope and identify the effects of formal designations as applicable to the geographic area of the Bay Delta watershed, which the state and regional water boards are working to expedite. In addition, State Water Board staff have engaged in efforts to document traditional ecological knowledge to help inform technical and policy considerations of the Bay Delta Plan, including improving adaptive management decisions, monitoring evaluation for plan effectiveness at protecting fish and wildlife and tribal beneficial uses, and future updates and implementation. Next slide. The State Water Board has also received valuable input from many members of the public that has informed the development of the draft staff report. Chapter 12 describes the public participation activities that occurred during the development of the draft staff report. Most recently, the State Water Board held informational items on upcoming actions to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan in December 2021 and January 2023. During January 2023, the State Water Board held a public workshop on the draft scientific basis report supplement in support of proposed voluntary agreements and an associated comment period to receive public comments. In March and June 2023, the State Water Board hosted public listening sessions focused on environmental justice issues in the plan. During these listening sessions, the State Water Board considered input from environmental interests, representatives of economically disadvantaged communities, and representatives of Black, Indigenous, and people of color organizations on the State Water Board's current efforts to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan. The State Water Board appreciates the input provided by stakeholders through these discussions and in general comments, and encourages interested parties to remain engaged in the process to update the Bay Delta Plan. Next slide, please. This slide provides information on recent and upcoming engagement activities on the draft staff report. The release of the draft staff report initiates a formal public comment period. State Water Board staff held workshops to provide information on the contents of the draft staff report and an opportunity for tribal representatives and the public to ask questions to facilitate their review of the report. Video recordings from these recent workshops have been posted to the State Water Board's website. Today is the first of a multi-day public hearing before the State Water Board to receive oral comments and will continue on December 1st and 11th. The public hearing on December 1st will begin at 9:30 a.m. and the hearing on December 11th will begin at noon and extend past regular business hours to accommodate those that are not able to attend during regular business hours. The deadline to submit comments on the draft staff report has been extended from December 15th, 2023 to January 19th, 2024. Detailed information on how to submit written comments on the draft staff report is available on the State Water Board's website, which is provided along with other resources at the end of this presentation. It's important that you include the proper subject header identifying the submittal as a comment letter. In addition, where possible, please distinguish specific CEQA comments from other comments. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes next steps on the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The board has initiated independent scientific peer review of the final draft scientific basis report supplement for the Sacramento Delta VAs. Following the peer review, the scientific basis report supplement may be further revised. The specific regulatory text for changes to the Bay Delta Plan have not been developed yet. Those changes will be developed based on public comments on the draft staff report, the remaining VA products expected at the end of this year or shortly after, and peer review comments on the VA scientific basis report supplement. The draft changes will be subject to public review and oral and written public comment anticipated to occur in early to mid-2024. The input received on the draft staff report and draft Bay Delta plan amendments will inform the final staff report and final proposed plan amendments, which will be brought before the board for consideration at a future meeting as part of a full public process. It is anticipated that the State Water Board may consider adoption of the Sacramento Delta updates as early as late 2024. Next slide, please. This slide includes contact information and resources where you can find additional information. Listed here are links to the main Bay Delta program page and the page specifically for the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta plan and draft staff report. To stay informed of Bay Delta watershed activities, subscribe to our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list. To subscribe, visit the main Bay Delta program page, scroll to the bottom where you'll find the box shown on this slide, and enter your name and email address. Written comments on the draft staff report should be submitted to sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. Again, written comments are due on January 19th, 2024. You may also contact staff at this email address if you have any questions. This concludes the staff presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. Ms. Riddle. Looking to board colleagues in case there are any questions, but we can get right into our panels and begin to listen to folks. If not, okay, great. Thank you. I'd like to call up our first panel. We're doing pretty well on time here. The first panel will go for 30 minutes. We'll take a break and then have the following two tribal panels at 11 and 11:30, and we'll try to hit a 12 o'clock lunch for about 30 minutes, so just helping folks plan. So I'd like to call up, I believe here, Vice Chair Melissa Tayaba, Ivan Senak, and also Gary Mulcahy. And you're welcome to sit here as a panel as well, and not just have to speak from the podium. Vice Chair, thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Vice Chair. There may be a button you need to just press there. Once it's green, you're good to go.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay.
We can. Thank you. Good morning.
Great,
Thank you for being here.
Sekasine, good morning, Chair Escoval, board members and staff. My name is Melissa Tayaba. I am the Vice Chair for Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, and I am also the Director of Traditional Ecological Knowledge. And so first, I just wanted to welcome all of you here today to my ancestral homelands, the homelands of the Nisenan Pewanan, which of course is the first peoples of this region. My people come from these rivers. My grandmother actually was just born at our village very close to here with the village of Pashune, which is the confluence of the American and the Sacramento rivers. Other matriarchs were born upriver at the confluence of the Feather and Sacramento River also. And so with that being said, what happens to those rivers is very, very important to us. But most importantly, it's a responsibility that we have to protect those spaces. So when we talk about protecting the health of our rivers and watersheds, we are simultaneously talking about protecting and preserving our culture, our indigenous lifeways, and our identity. Culture is ecology, ecology is culture. It is all connected. I want to thank you for providing the time and space today to hear from California tribes on the Bay Delta Plan Draft Staff Report. However, more outreach to tribes, more tribal engagement, more opportunities for dialogue and exchange of information is required. In an effort to problem solve, we have met with your staff and have even spoken with some of you about the importance of tribal engagement and how you can improve your processes. We've offered suggestions and highlighted best practices such as going beyond an outdated tribal contact email and mailing lists, making calls to tribal offices, conducting follow-up, getting to know tribes within the watershed, even asking neighboring tribes about who appropriate contacts might be that you aren't aware of. And more importantly, meeting tribes where we are in our preferred method of engagement, whether it's virtual or in person. You must find ways to be responsive to and inclusive of tribes. The inclusion of tribal voices in any planning process where outcomes and impacts can be detrimental to us is necessary if you are to uphold your obligations to ensure adequate water quality for all California communities. It is particularly important that tribes are engaged in this process and consulted on the various elements of the proposals included in the draft staff report that would impact tribes, especially when those impacts are potentially and fundamentally inequitable. There has not been enough engagement and consultation with tribes throughout the Bay Delta watershed. One virtual tribal only meeting and one in-person tribal meeting for our watershed that spans roughly half the state is severely inefficient. In some cases, tribes have been intentionally excluded, such as through the voluntary agreement process. We are disappointed and concerned that the draft staff report includes the voluntary agreements at all. We do not believe consideration should be given to any proposed approach to managing our waterways that, one, exclude tribes and consideration for our tribal cultural resources and uses, lacks an implementation plan for tribes to evaluate, 3, relies on an 8-year experiment with questionable flow regimes based on pseudoscience, controlled by water agencies and irrigation districts with no adequate oversight. 4, lacks proper in-stream flows to protect the environment and uses narrative as a replacement for quantifiable water quality and flow standards. And 5, that further jeopardize our salmon and native fish populations already on the verge of extinction. There is no justice for tribes without the recovery of our fish species. We oppose the voluntary agreements fundamentally. They are exclusionary and inequitable in nature, and we urge the board to reject the staff recommendation that they be considered as a viable proposal. We also urge you to revisit your racial equity resolution and apply a racial equity lens to your decision-making process going forward. There is no way to include tribal perspectives without having tribes present to speak for ourselves. There's no other way to incorporate our indigenous knowledge, tribal values, or even begin to understand the protections we need for our tribal beneficial uses without collaborating with us directly, genuinely, and intentionally. In closing, I'd like to add that we appreciate the draft staff report's recommendation to include the incorporation of tech and indigenous knowledge into the Bay Delta Plan update. However, further discussion, engagement, and consultation with tribes is necessary to ensure that incorporation of our knowledge is not an exercise of extraction, misuse, or commodification of our knowledge. There must be protections in place in a way that honors and holds sacred what we choose to share. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and completely commit myself to that genuine continued engagement and just appreciate your time and comments here with us. And I know we'll continue to have further discussion. So just thank you so much for that, your voice here. Gary, good morning. Good morning. Sorry, you'll need to turn on your mic there for a moment. Thank you.
Boy, I could talk loud. Good morning, Chair Escobedo. Good morning, Board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I will inform you that Many of us asked permission to be here from the people out in front because we support unions and we support what they're doing. So we are here at their permission, as well as you being inviting us. So I'm going to talk about tribal water rights. Your tribal engagement, section 11, covers a little bit of, or you kind of pass over the Winters Doctrine and a couple of other things about federally reserved rights, federal tribal rights and things like that. So I have some presentations. They were up. The slides were up when Vice Chair was doing. Yeah, there we go. So if you go to the first slide, it's tribal water rights. You know, where is our water? And you're going to hear why that's important and what tribal water rights are important into everything you're going to hear from the rest of the folks on this panel, the next panel, and the panel farther on down the road. Next one, please. In California, there's about 109, 110 or more federally recognized tribes. There's more than 80 tribes that are not federally recognized, but are recognized by the state somehow. And the one thing that you haven't addressed is there are over 300 individual Native American allotments located both on reservations and in public domain, all qualify for quantification. And we're going to be talking about quantification in a minute. Next slide, please. I'm going to go fast because I want to make sure my nephew here has a chance. And I can't read that, so I'm going to read the slide here. So federally reserved water rights on Indian reservations are governed by the Winters Doctrine, which is mentioned in your section 11 here of the water plan. That's why I think I'm able to address it, which has evolved over more than a century in federal courts and since 1955 in state courts as well. Two landmark U.S. Supreme Court cases, Winters versus U.S. and U.S. versus Rio Grande Dam and Irrigation Company, established several key principles. Federally reserved lands have a right to use sufficient water to fulfill the primary purpose of the land of the reservation. And two, this is key, these water rights cannot be destroyed by state water law or by water users acting in accordance with state water law. That's why we're talking about some water rights here as we get into it. Evaluation of tribes' water rights requires a determination of two factors: the date on which the land became federally reserved, the priority date, and the amount of water needed to fulfill the primary purpose for which the land was federally reserved. Federally reserved water rights have priority over all other water rights dating from the time when the reservation was first created and cannot be appropriated by the state. In California, there are no treaty tribes. Yeah, next slide.
Next slide, please.
In 1851 to 1852, federal agents negotiated 18 treaties with California tribes. This is history, you all know about it. These treaties were never ratified because the state of California legislative representatives talked to the U.S. Senate and said, don't ratify those, we want the resources. So the U.S. Senate hid the treaties away, weren't ratified for over 50 years. They didn't surface until 1908. And in 1908, in 1907, the year before that, they had passed, I forget what the name of the act is, but it restricted the president from making any treaties with tribes anymore. So they surfaced after they couldn't be ratified in the first place. So that was kind of neat, don't you think? Congress in 1851 also passed the Land Claims Act, providing that all lands in California would pass into public domain unless claimed within 2 years. They didn't tell the tribes this because the tribes thought that they had signed treaties, they were going to get reservations, we were going to have our own property, our own land to live on. And so we didn't go and claim land because we thought we had it already, and guess what? That kind of took us away there. Under pressure from California statesmen, I already talked about all that. It is important to understand, though, that the priority date of some cases is actually earlier than the creation of a reservation, because some reservations were created, then you had the Termination Act, which came in, got rid of the termination reservations, and then they did the other act, which allowed them to do Self-Determination Act, which allowed them to reform as a reservation. But the original date of that reservation, or the original date of the military school or the boarding school, the military facility, boarding school, fort, whatever, where the tribe is located is considered the priority date. So even though, say, in 1958, a tribe was reformed, but if they were reformed on land that had prior federal designation, that becomes the priority date. So it rolls back to the 1800s, late 1800s, 1850s. Let me get over here. It is also important to understand that there is no requirement that the Indian people of a reservation actually use the water from the priority date. Unlike water rights of the state of California, federal reserve rights do not expire if water is not used. As a result, Indian tribes may decide to use their water rights later than other users and still have a senior right to sufficient water for the purposes of their reservation. Only landowners who have had made continuous beneficial use of water since before the priority date will have a right to senior of the tribe. So, and that's very few. And under SB 389 now, you can figure out who those people might or might not be. I just thought I'd throw that out there. Determining water rights. Next slide, please. In recognition of the importance of finality of water adjudications, the U.S. Supreme Court has found that tribal water rights must be quantified for both present and future uses. The method most commonly used is the practicably irrigable acreage, or PIA method. The PIA method quantifies the amount of water needed to irrigate arable lands on the reservation. The weight of authority holds that federal reserve rights include both groundwater and surface water. That's important to know. The Federal McCarran Amendment provides for a limited waiver of sovereign immunity so that the United States, as a trustee of tribal resources, can come in and talk to you folks or mediate and whatever and determine tribal federal reserved water rights. Together, a tribe's priority date and primary purpose quantity must be used to determine the tribe's, I got 6 minutes, okay. To determine the tribe's water rights. This mechanism also allows for the permanently quantified tribal water rights and to allow for informed planning by you, businesses, and everybody else, right water allocations. Here's the key one that we haven't talked about and we just alluded to, is that allotments made to individual Indian persons can be divided into two categories. First, lands on Indian reservations, which were allotted to individual members of federally recognized tribes under the General Allotment Act of 1887, that's the Dawes Act. Second, lands on public domain, which were allotted to individual members of both federally and non-federally recognized tribes. Be aware of that because my family has allotments. Colleen's family has allotments. There are many tribes, individual people up and down the state that have federal allotments that are still in effect. They're still in the public domain. We haven't sold them off. One of Congress's intentions in passing the Dawes Act was to encourage Indian persons to adopt an agricultural lifestyle. Both the Dawes Act and the U.S. Supreme Court have recognized that on-reservation allotments are entitled to a proportional share of a tribe's federally reserved water rights. Thus, individual allotments located on a reservation must be included in total acreage when calculating a tribe's PIA. Public domain allotments located off of an Indian reservation are subject to the same principles as Dawes Act allotments in other federally reserved lands with respect to water rights. That is, water rights attached to a public domain allotment are determined by application of the priority date and the primary purpose as discussed above. So all those allotments that are still out there in the public domain, our chief's family allotment, my family's allotments, and several other families' allotments still qualify for federal reserved water rights. And they haven't been accounted for or quantified because the state of California has never accounted for or quantified those water rights. I'm not going to, next slide please, but I'm going to talk about, I'm not going to go to that conclusion yet because I have a couple other things to say. These are from my attorney, our attorney from Restore the Delta. And She relays that the board needs to undertake a more robust program to quantify Federal Reserve water rights and ensure that water is not available for appropriation. That's an important statement there because now you're looking at updating the Bay Delta plan. That's going to include flows, allocations, water quality, all those kind of things. And when you take into consideration those things and you do your metrics, be sure that you do not include or appropriate Federal Reserve water rights. And in order to not include Federal Reserve water rights, you have to quantify them. So you've got, till next year when you put the new thing out to quantify some of those rights. Board will likewise need to ensure that implementation of the Bay Delta Plan does not impinge on Federal Reserve rights, including unquantified water rights. That's from the attorney. The US EPA is in the process of finalizing a rule, by the way, that will formalize and clarify already existing requirements that state agencies, including the board, ensure in setting or amending water quality standards, that those standards protect tribal reserved rights. The board does not appear to have undertaken this analysis for the Bay Delta Plan update, and that's why we're bringing it to your attention. For instance, it is not considered whether the continued reliance on water from the Trinity River, it's got snuck in here, for the Bay Delta flows will impede exercise of tribal reserve rights held by tribes on the Trinity and Klamath. So that's a really good example of how that could impinge on tribal rights. The voluntary agreements turn water quality standard setting and attainment over to water agencies and irrigation districts, ignoring the existence of Indian tribes, including those who hold Federal Reserve rights, as well as tribes' millennial-long role in water stewardship. The VAs thereby act as another instance of the erasure of Indian tribes from water governance. Their 8-year experiment and the water agencies and them putting forth what they think is going to be the best thing for the meaning of life and everything is excluding tribes, tribal tech, tribal TBUs, tribal water rights, Federal Reserve water rights, and excluding all of those things. And they're actually going to be taking control over the management of that and the decision-making during those voluntary agreements. And that's another reason why you should oppose them. The history of broken treaty promises and the state's direct role in preventing ratification of the treaties makes it all the more important that the board ensure that flows are adequate to protect cultural, spiritual, and economic practices for all tribes. By, for instance, designating the TBUs in the Bay Delta Plan, and that it meaningfully engage tribes as partners in this process. In conclusion, California Bay Delta Plan update does not account for tribal water rights, which have not been quantified. The exact count of tribes whose water rights have been accurately quantified is unclear, but what is clear is that the tally is far below the total number of federally recognized tribes in the state. Furthermore, there is no evidence to suggest that the water rights of any public domain allotment have been accurately quantified and incorporated into water allocations. Not properly accounting for reserved tribal water rights limits the ability of the State Water Resources Control Board, other public entities, businesses, tribal governments, and individual landowners to formulate equitable, reliable, long-term water usage plans. Tribal water rights must be addressed and quantified. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Appreciate your comments. Ivan.
Good morning. My name is Ivan Sinok. I am the TIPO and Cultural Resources Director for Buena Vista Rancheria of Miwok Indians, whose ancestral homeland is along the McCallamy Rivers, as well as the lower San Joaquin Rivers, as well as the central and southern Delta regions. I'm glad to be here and thank you for the opportunity. I will be building off of what the other two tribal representatives have spoken about today. In particularly, as discussed by my colleagues and fellow representatives here, the Bay Delta Plan needs to continue the discussion of tribal engagement. Tribal engagement written into the staff report is minimal at best. Our panel are representatives from 3 tribal governments, each with their own sovereignty and responsibilities to their people. I'm a representative of a sovereign nation. I am responsible to its members and to the government to which gives me the authority to speak. Tribal sovereignty means that each individual tribe has an inherent right and authority to govern themselves. Tribal sovereignty is cited in the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, that determines tribes are separate from the federal government and separate from state governments. Each tribe holds its own sovereignty and authority, thus proper engagements with tribes means to seek an amicable relationship based on the respect of their status, meaningful discussions, and solutions, as well as addressing the tribal concerns. The Bay Delta Plan will affect over 100 tribes in the state of California. That's a very, very big number. California is a unique place on the West Coast. As cited by my two fellow representatives here, they are one of the most packed states with tribal nations, both federally recognized, non-federally recognized, as well as individual allotments. In the staff report, it is stated that you reached out to over 90 tribes. However, only 6 engaged through the process. True tribal engagement requires more. The laws that require consultation are the bare minimum requirements for your agency. We all know CEQA, we all know AB 52, and the word soup, alphabet soup that we all have to deal with on a daily basis. But these are the minimum requirements set for the board and for the state. To engage with the government is more than to send one email, one physical letter, and one phone call. Your own policies indicate that you will communicate and engage, consider potential impacts, and recognize and respect the tribal cultural resources of California Native American tribes, regardless of where they are located or how they are defined. In the absence of legal consultation requirements, the best practice is to consult with tribes out of respect for their status as sovereign governments and based on their unique tribal interests that may be affected by your proposed action, policy, or set of implementation actions. Again, a single phone call, letter, or email does not meet the requirement for a good faith effort to engage in government to government. The board must consider enhancing the engagement with tribes and the concerns for safe, protected, and properly managed waters held by each tribe. One of our major concerns, and one of the reasons I am speaking with you today, is the definitions and considerations of tribal cultural resources. Tribal cultural resources are defined in California State Law AB 52 as sites, features, places, cultural landscapes, and objects with cultural value to California Native Americans. That is a baseline. And that is not the definition that Buena Vista holds. It is not the definition almost any tribe holds. Those are more. Buena Vista defines tribal cultural resources, I'm going to call them TCRs, and that way I'm not repeating the same thing, as spiritual and cultural landscapes, sacred places and objects, animals, plants, and water. Habitats, sites, features, and places with spiritual, cultural, and historic value to Buena Vista Rancheria's past, present, and future generations. Water is a tribal cultural resource. Tribal cultural resources are often non-renewable and irreplaceable, and they can be destroyed if they are mismanaged and not properly cared for, and not just mitigated for. As a sovereign nation, you must respect and acknowledge our definition of tribal cultural resources. The Bay Delta is a tribal cultural landscape to Buena Vista Rancheria and the 100 other tribes that exist in this place since time immemorial. You guys actually happen to cite Buena Vista Rancheria's water program coordinator in your definitions and documentations of TEK, and you cited her incorrectly. You said that McCollum is Miwok for people, but McCollum actually has a more intimate name to the river and the places and the spirits that inhabit that place. McCollum means people of the fishnet. It is the name of a village site along that ancestral river. Next time you guys engage in documenting TEK, please do it correctly, which is engaging with tribes, having a discussion, and if you seek to quote our members, if you seek to quote our government staff, please reach out appropriately. That should have been a phone call to me before even writing it and placing it into the staff report. I hope to hold you to a higher standard so that we can have an amicable relationship, so that we can manage waters appropriately and we can manage all resources appropriately. This touches on the topic of traditional ecological knowledge, or TEK, and its interweaving into your policies as referenced in the staff report as an ongoing effort to be documented. This is somewhat problematic, and I would argue highly problematic. TEK and the larger indigenous knowledge is part of lifeways. It's part of someone's life. It's part of someone's family knowledge. It's part of a place's knowledge. You cannot download and document someone's life, perspective, culture, religion, and simple existence and squirrel it away. That is not how you properly implement TEK. TEK would be implementing by having a tribal seat on this board to bring a tribal perspective when you guys are ruling and making decision. It would also have tribal peoples discussing with your staff, working in tandem with scientists and other knowledge holders. TEK does not espouse itself to be the one and only knowledge. It is one of many areas that humans hold knowledge. And TEK requires the subject matter experts. And the only subject matter experts that exist for TEK are the tribes. The only subject matter experts that exist for tribal cultural resources are the tribes. This is Buena Vista's view, and we share it with the other two representatives here at the table, as well as many other tribes in the state of California, whose resources you are determining. Lost my place. I have two main considerations for you for TEK. First, TEK will only be shared when there is a continual engagement through discussions, meetings, consultations, technical meetings, and tribal representatives in decision-making places. That is the only true way to implement TEK. TEK cannot be extracted by requesting information in letters or phone calls or simply asking for input. TEK is learned by working with, listening to tribal concerns, and implementing tribal ideas in your management. These kinds of requirements should be set forth in this plan. Second, TEK must be respected. It is not something to be extracted from tribal communities. It is not supposed to be a continuation of ethnocide and genocide that has been committed throughout California. If you seek to take a people's knowledge and use it for your own, that is extraction. And that is not what the government, the governor, or current policies dictate for. Acknowledge the historic removal of tribes from decision-making places of power. Open those decision-making, open the people who write these reports up to tribes, and have tribal representatives and people who hold tribal perspectives there. That is how you implement TEK. I will give you a snippet of TEK, and you will hear from other experts in the fields on the later panels talking about TEK and the importance of TBUs. Buena Vista Rancheria asserts that the delta in the tribal sense, the watersheds regions, the different areas, all of the tributaries and all of the waters that flow, is a tribal cultural landscape made up of numerous and almost infinite water, native plants, and animals and locations specific to each tribe as a tribal cultural resources. I see I'm running out of time here, but in order to move quicker, Buena Vista Rancheria supports what the other representatives here has said and share in the idea that the VAs should not be pushed forward or voted on. It has excluded tribal voices until this year. It has excluded tribal representation. It has excluded tribal thoughts. It has disrespected the sovereignty of the 100 tribes that this plan will oversee. And on that basis alone, the VA should not be voted on and implemented. Beyond that, we request that the public funds have been spent by state and federal agencies on these VAs. The public must be brought in as well. Tribes acknowledge that we are not the only people who live on this landscape and who live in this world. These are shared resources that we seek to have better relations, better management, and truly an amicable relationship with everybody. These resources need to be managed properly with everyone at the table, and that is a TEK concept. Thank you for your time, and I hope to be speaking with you further.
Thank you very much for that, Ivan, and I'll hear the members of the tribes, and importantly, want to affirm that that's a value of this board as well. Very public, open process that is meant to bring everyone to a common table and try to figure out how we all equitably together manage very, I know, difficult circumstances oftentimes in our watersheds and very difficult histories. So I just really appreciate your voices and your work today. Thank you. Yes, Board Member Firestone.
Thanks, and thank you again for coming and for all the work and dialogue that we've had so far and that we have yet to come. I really, really appreciate all the perspectives that you brought here today and that we're continuing to learn from. Really look forward to digging in more on these concepts. One thing I wanted to just ask if you wanted to speak to more were examples of models of co-management or TEK consistency with TEK in terms of governance and co-management models out there, either for, especially just taking into account the need for adaptive management and ongoing decision-making throughout implementation of any plan. Are there examples or structures that exist in other places that you all have participated in that would be important to lift up for us to look at that are examples of that kind of co-management and respect? Thanks.
Well, I'll give you a recent example. The Winnemem-Wintu tribe signed a co-management agreement with NOAA Fisheries and California Department of Fish and Wildlife, or Fish and whatever, if that's how it is, to reintroduce salmon in the McCloud River. It's been 2 years now. The first year of the salmon introduction, the eyed eggs was put into incubators on the river in Department of Fish and Wildlife incubators only, with the water coming through. Those fish did survive. There was a sediment problem, but this year, the addition of 40,000 new eggs in there, half was put into a system developed by Department of Fish and Wildlife. The other half was put into a system developed by the Winnemem-Wintu tribe based on tribal ecological knowledge. And the way that the eggs were laid in, the layeredness, the way the water came across and all that. The 20,000 salmon eggs that were in the Department of Fish and Wildlife's incubators died. The 20,000 eggs that were in the Winnemem-Wintu's technical ecological knowledge incubators lived, and they've been put down into the river. And so there's an example of working together with co-management now. Department of Fish and Wildlife has learned from us, we've learned from them, and there's an example.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, board member, and thank you for that, Gary. You know, I think one of the fundamental tensions certainly is that we have a very Western regulatory structure that we've built up with Porter Cologne, and it doesn't easily translate over to tribal ecological knowledge. But I'm confident we can do that translating. We can, through a lot more discussion, I know, figure out how we do that bridge. But, you know, just to acknowledge that, you know, that's what we're dealing with on this side, and it's our job to translate how best we bridge over to you on the incredible work I know that continues to go on to incorporate meaningfully tribal ecological knowledge. So TEK, appreciate it. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Gary. Right. Thanks again. And did you want to say anything further, Ivan?
I hinted to this in my presentation, and I'm ad-libbing at this point. Laws and federal regulations and state regulations are good. They can always be improved, as we all know, and regulations are regulations and the headache that they are. I like to consider them because I span the gamut for tribal cultural resource laws. Consider them as baselines. You can always do better. You can always do better in policies. You can always do better in procedures. The board has their own tribal consultation policy. The regional boards have their own consultation policy. I believe almost every agency, commission, and board in the state of California has their own consultation policy. And that is where the flexibility comes from. And imagining laws as baselines, and the goal is to do better than the baseline, is a good way to start.
Here, here, I completely agree. The standard setting that we do is the floor often and what we're actually able to achieve. So thank you so much. Let's go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. Give ourselves just a quick bio break, and then we'll continue on to then our next panel. So let's bring ourselves back here at 11:15, and then we'll continue on with our second panel, which will be on tribal beneficial uses. Thank you. Okay, everyone, apologies. I know we're about 5 minutes beyond when I said we'd come back, so appreciate the break. We can get to our next panel here then. I'll have folks introduce themselves. Thank you. The slide should pop up here in a moment. Sorry, okay, I don't think you have slides. All right. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, board members. I'm Crystal Moreno, the Program Manager for Traditional Ecological Knowledge for the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. We thank you for accommodating us today and providing the space for tribal perspective and response. As you heard earlier from our tribal engagement panel, there is no sufficient substitute for direct tribal involvement in these crucial interactions. If outcomes are to address tribal concerns, then tribal engagement with sovereign tribal nations is necessary. This includes discussions on tribal beneficial uses, which I would like to address today. We are well aware that the Water Board previously punted the designation and implementation of TBUs to the regional boards. The regional board staff is lovely. We like working with them. However, to plainly state it, the process is not working. The regional board process has lacked guidance from the state board, has had no clear timeframe for designations or implementation, lacks consistency, and has shown us that TBUs simply have not been prioritized. Meanwhile, tribal communities remain at risk for elevated levels of exposure to toxins throughout the watershed. We're disappointed that the draft staff report to the Bay Delta Plan did not contain a firm recommendation to include TBUs in the plan. After several conversations with the board and staff prior to the draft report's release, we view this as another missed opportunity to turn words into actionable items. The various ways that tribes utilize the waterways is specific and unique. Whether it's ceremonial, traditional food sources, or for a myriad of cultural uses, poor water quality should not be an impediment to continuing our cultural and spiritual practices and lifeways. As Indigenous people, we have a responsibility to pass down our Indigenous knowledge to the next generation and to ensure our cultures are protected and preserved. If TBUs and the water quality standards we need to protect them are not designated and implemented, then we are essentially risking cultural genocide. There have already been instances where we have not been able to practice cultural activities due to poor water quality and toxins, such as HABs, high levels of E. coli, and other contaminants. This has prevented us from gathering our plants, teaching our youth traditional fishing, and even simply getting in the water to cleanse ourselves after certain cultural practices and ceremony. We call upon the Water Board to act expeditiously so our tribal beneficial uses and tribal communities are adequately protected, just as other mainstream designated beneficial uses have been. Additionally, and most importantly, the state board and regional boards should not create an unrealistic, unattainable, inequitable process for TBU designations and protections that essentially would put the burden on tribes to monitor each diversion or discharge permit submitted to you to ensure TBUs are protected. It is your job, just as it is with any other beneficial use, to know and to learn which water bodies are TBU designated and then move to appropriately uphold the water quality standards required to protect us. The Water Board should not put undue burdens on tribes to prove tribal beneficial uses of waterways, but should accept what tribes feel comfortable sharing. We've been told that what we share through the TBU process, whether at the state or regional board level, is subject to public records requests, so we should not have to disclose sensitive cultural information we don't want revealed. Again, we believe the State Water Resources Control Board should and could designate TBUs in the Phase 2 proceedings for the entire watershed, and then move to implement TBUs through ensuing implementation plans and actions the board takes. For example, through adequate temperature and flow management. Beyond Phase 2 of the Bay Delta Plan, we urge the board to make tribal beneficial uses a statewide policy. As with other beneficial uses, you do not need the science and data immediately to designate. You can work with tribes to gather the information, to refine the data, and to better understand our various tribal exposure scenarios. Tribes are well positioned to conduct water quality monitoring and to help fill scientific study gaps, such as native plant toxin uptake, fish tissue monitoring, and HABs monitoring. Some of us are already doing this, and others would like to, but simply lack the resources. We need funding that does not restrict us to tribal trust land, but that can be used to test water quality, fish, and plant species throughout our ancestral homelands. You have the authority and the resources to designate TBUs in the Bay Delta Plan, and statewide if you wanted to. What you might be lacking is the political will and maybe a little courage. We're here to help you how we can, because for us, status quo is not an option. We need to protect our tribal communities now, and we need your help to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moreno. Ms. Maloney.
Good morning. My name is Emily Maloney, and I'm the Water Program Coordinator for Buena Vista Rancheria of Miwok Indians, a federally recognized tribe with ancestral ties to the Mokelumne River, Lower San Joaquin River, Central and Southern Delta. Thank you for this opportunity to address the board, and I'm here to provide a statement regarding the tribal beneficial uses discussion in Chapter 11. The widespread use of riparian corridors, springs, streams, rivers, and wetlands has been a fact of Native American lifeways within the Sacramento, San Joaquin River Delta and its tributaries since time immemorial. Despite massive changes in indigenous lifeways, these practices continue to this day. Long after the public land survey system developed in 1785 to survey, sell, and settle land acquired by the United States, well after the Swamplands Act of 1855 led to the draining of wetlands for conversion to agricultural land in the Delta, cultural practices have continued long after the removal of indigenous people from their lands, after the creation of reservations, termination of reservations, and restoration of some reservation lands. Tribal cultural uses of water have continued long after the urbanization of watersheds and construction of large-scale dams and water diversion infrastructure and canals. And although tribal cultural uses of water continue today, these uses have been highly altered and modified due to this long history, a steady decline in water quality, and altered hydrology due to the overallocation of water, human hydromodification of water, and climate change. The idea of beneficial uses is a concept that comes from the Clean Water Act, where beneficial uses are the means for identifying goals for various uses of a water body, such as recreation, drinking water, fish, and wildlife. The designations then trigger the creation of water quality objectives or standards to protect the physical, chemical, and biological integrity of waters for those uses. In other words, the state designates waters for a use, sets water quality standards, and then issues discharge permits to limit pollutants to a level that retains adequate water quality. Though indigenous uses of water have existed since time immemorial, they have not been recognized as a use by the state until recently. And still, we are arguing for their inclusion into your planning documents. The two tribal beneficial use definitions, one being tribal cultural use and the other being tribal subsistence fishing, have recently been approved by your agency and adopted into plans such as the Central Valley Regional Water Board's recent basin plan amendments to the Sacramento, San Joaquin, and Tulare Lake basins. However, no designations have been formally made to date. Tribal cultural uses are diverse and cannot be fully expressed here today, but these uses include tangible and intangible elements of water, of ways and relating to the waterways, meaning their value is intrinsically and a particular location may not be used for a physical resource, but for an intangible use, like a prayer or spiritual medicine. Other more physical uses would include the gathering and use of water itself, the gathering of willow, tules, basket sedge, and other aquatic vegetation, the gathering of aquatic fish and wildlife, the use of waterways for a cultural ceremony, a rite of passage, and perhaps a fishing location or a village site. The natural flow regimes inherent to rivers give rise to aquatic plant communities, fish and wildlife that live in these waterways or are dependent on water, directly affect whether a tribal cultural use can be practiced in a good way, meaning there is flow to support the cultural use, that there is a natural flow regime that supports native fish, wildlife, vegetation populations for fishing and gathering purposes, meaning there is safe water quality for tribal immersion, wading or boating for hunting and gathering, ceremonial and other purposes, meaning that there is safe water quality so that the flora and fauna, fish, shellfish, and water itself, when consumed,
are not unfit for subsistence level consumption or cultural and ceremonial consumption due to pollutants such as bacteria, bioaccumulation of toxins such as mercury, PFAS, or cyanotoxins. In many instances, flow is the fundamental variable that sets the stage for cultural uses to be properly exercised. You can go back and reference my June 2023 TBU presentation to the board where I talked about this extensively. Today, we have highly modified flow regimes that do not support wild fish populations and instead support invasive and non-native fishes predatory to salmon. We have water infrastructure that has flooded cultural sites and entire tribal villages. Today, we have low flow regimes that lead to harmful algae blooms and contribute to poor water quality, thus impairing beneficial uses, including undesignated tribal beneficial uses. Flow is crucial for the beneficial use attainment, including TBUs within the Bay Delta watersheds, and the State Water Board is responsible for upholding its duty to protect flow-based tribal beneficial uses. The draft staff report states that it seeks to adopt 2 tribal beneficial use definitions into the Bay Delta Plan update. Buena Vista Rancheria urges the State Water Board to do its part to protect tribal beneficial uses of water by adopting the 2 TBU definitions into the plan. Buena Vista also urges the State Water Board to go further and designate waters within the Bay Delta watershed with TBUs where TBUs relate to flow. If TBU designations are not made, as the staff report suggests, then a process must be outlined for how Indigenous community members and tribal governments can assert their TBU and ensure it is protected when there is a water diversion petition, a water right request, a water right transfer or change, or a change in a point of diversion, etc. These processes should also ensure that a water diversion or water right change will not impair the TBU or other beneficial use that is linked to a TBU, such as fish and wildlife. That said, the Bay Delta staff report must create guidance for integrating or linking tribal beneficial uses to other beneficial uses related to flow, such as fish and wildlife, cold, spawn, aquatic life, recreation, municipal. Additionally, because the Bay Delta Plan is intended to overlay and work in conjunction with the Central Valley Regional Water Board's Water Quality Control Plan for the Sacramento, San Joaquin River Basins, and the San Francisco Regional Water Board's Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, the State Water Board must provide guidance to the regional water boards to inform them of their responsibility for upholding water quality for the tribal beneficial uses that occur within their region, whether designated or not. Through, again, linking the tribal beneficial use to a similar pre-existing designated use such as aquatic life or recreation. However, to be clear, this is not Buena Vista Rancheria's preferred method. Buena Vista Rancheria urges a full designation of tribal beneficial uses for the Bay Delta watershed for flow and water quality by the state and regional water boards respectively, and expects the state and regional water boards to link flow and water quality in their decision-making processes for water diversion decisions and discharges authorized through the Clean Water Act, Section 402 and PDES permitting procedures. The 2018 Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, Resolution Number 2018-0059, states on page 1, Section 5, that, quote, "The State Water Board has authority over both water quality and water diversion and use." On page 1 of Chapter 1 of the 2018 Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta Estuary says, quote, "The State Water Board's measures to implement this plan will consist of the regulation of existing water rights, regulatory measures to protect water quality, and recommendations to other entities," end quote. Yet, Water Board staff and legal counsel board members continue to state that the Water Board only has authority over water diversions and water rights. Buena Vista Rancheria urges the State Water Board to consider how flows relate to water quality and develop guidance on how flows and water quality relate. In closing, I just want to remind you how pervasive tribal cultural uses are. So please imagine yourself on a body of water, say the McCallamy River. You're looking at the plants, birds, the water itself. You can hear the sound of the river flowing. You hear the sound of the birds and the plants rustling in the wind. You step into the water and you walk toward a patch of tule, your feet touching the sandy bottom of the river. You give thanks, and with your family and your friends, you gather that tule to make a tule boat for the upcoming tule boat races, say, taking place on Clear Lake. You smile because you think of your buddies who are not with you today, because they're out across the valley in Stone Lakes with their feet in that water, collecting tule for their tule boat that you're going to be racing on Clear Lake. So I have you imagine this because this is what is happening in Indigenous communities throughout the Bay Delta watershed. Collectively, people are using water and the aquatic resources in their area for a similar use. This is a tribal beneficial use, and it's the watershed-wide use, meaning the tribal beneficial uses need to be integrated or designated, need to be protective on a watershed-wide scale and included into the Bay Delta Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maloney. Really appreciate those well thought out and constructive feedback and comments. Thank you. Oh, we need to turn on your mic. Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sherry Norris. It's really nice to see all of you guys again. We don't get to see each other often, so it's good to see you and be here. I'm with the California Indian Environmental Alliance, and I echo the sentiments that my colleagues have said. Everything they've said is spot on, and hopefully what I have will supplement. So regarding the Bay Delta Plan update, there's 3 things that I'm going to talk about. The first has to do with the designation. The second is the voluntary agreements, and the third is just the accessing the materials that we're all reviewing together. The first piece is that in order to set water quality objectives, of course, the responsibility of the water boards and the regional boards is to adopt appropriate designated uses. Tribal beneficial uses were, as you've heard before, the first worst uses of water in the state, and these uses are continuing. And I bring this up to provide a little context. The tribal beneficial uses were left out in the 70s when the other uses were being adopted. At this time, tribes were fighting for basic human rights, the right to vote, their recognition. Many tribes had been terminated. And when we moved through to the SWRCB and added the provisions of the tribal beneficial uses, these were created to rectify the oversight. And this was just the beginning, because now, of course, the regional boards are going through their long process, and the tribes haven't been engaged in that process until very recently, and in some regions have not yet been engaged at all. This process is taking much longer than we ever thought it would need to take, and a lot of what's taking so long are the internal conversations that don't include tribes, where the regional board staff are trying to figure out what to do and what this means, but without the tribes at the table to have those conversations with tribes. And this has been going on now for multiple years, and it's way longer than it ever needed to take. So I've strongly encouraged the State Water Board to provide regional water boards with guidance to do this and to help them to move through by having conversations with the tribes to help to move through some of the questions that are before them. So that's the first piece. But I wanted to remind everybody that in order to implement the Clean Water Act, we need all of the available information to be before the regional boards and before all of you. And by going through a process that appears to, in some of the regions, to be different than the process that beneficial uses goes through generally, meaning that generally what happens is the water body is designated with the use, and then you go through the water bodies to find out what those water quality objectives will be. We talk to the users, then we balance all those uses, and come up with a numerical value that's attainable and that's fair, given all of the uses on the table. But if tribes are being asked to put forward our objectives, our numerical information first, that's backwards. And it seems like the regional boards are essentially asking for that because they're afraid to acknowledge the use rather than, and then go through the process. They want the numbers first to identify if they're even going to entertain the idea of having tribal beneficial uses on the table. The first use of water in the state. This is backwards, and we're truly asking for the State Water Board to provide guidance to the regional boards. So that guidance is really important. So from there, I'll move into voluntary agreements. So the voluntary agreements are a new idea, and we would need to pilot such a program before locking them in throughout the state. It's premature to look at it, have an 8-year program where we're going to just see what the voluntary agreements do. 8 years will go by, and during that time period, we may lose all of the species that we're trying to protect. We would like to show some success in a region before moving them throughout the state. And in particular, the Bay Delta plan update, it encompasses so many water bodies. It's such a pivotal point. This is not the place to put something new and untried in. The voluntary agreement processes have been exclusionary. They've kept tribes out. It's not been transparent to tribes what's happening. And so for that other reason, I also urge you to not include voluntary agreements in the Bay Delta Plan update at this time. And thirdly, for voluntary agreements, we really need to make sure that we have monitoring in place and some sort of a backstop for the process to start or to end before 8 years goes by. There's not enough protections in there from the regional or state water board in order to move these through. And then lastly, what I wanted to say is that it would be this is a very small thing, but it would be very helpful if the draft that we're trying to review, although I love that we can break it in small parts, some of our computers can't handle big files, it would also be nice to be able to have it in one place so that I could download the whole thing and look for some keywords without having to open up every file. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Norris. I appreciate that. And there should be a consolidated file somewhere, but we'll make sure that it's available on the site if not. And just appreciate all your other very good comment. Next, we'll go to Sarah Ryan. Ms. Ryan, good to see you virtually. Oh, you should be invited to unmute here momentarily. Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Very good to see you as well. And I'm glad that we could join this important conversation and hearing. My name is Sarah Ryan. I'm the Environmental Director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. And our tribe has been working diligently for a number of years alongside other tribes and also the California Indian Environmental Alliance to move the work of tribal beneficial use development forward through both the state process and the regional board process. But I'm here today to comment on the Bay Delta plan and the staff report that is being developed to protect the water quality of the Bay Delta. On Clear Lake, we've been grateful for the collaboration between agencies who have pulled together for the Clear Lake Hitch or the CHI. The silos that existed between the different agencies, even between the water boards and the regional board, between CDFW, all of these agencies that have a hand in protecting water quality or protecting uses and fish and other life that the tribes and also the general community that they care about. These silos have started to break down, and there has been a tremendous effort to coordinate equipment, monitoring, funding, restoration projects, fish rescues, and other and scientific modeling, and using these things to work together efficiently to do all we can collectively to protect the fisheries. Protected fisheries has a broad positive impact on tribes and the local community. And I'm bringing this up because it sounds like this effort of thinking outside the box and also remembering why we're all here, that this model that has been playing out in Clear Lake for the CHI should happen here. There are multiple players in this conversation. There's the Region 5 and Region 2 basin plans and the water that they send that goes through the Bay Delta that is impaired. You know, the waters of most of the regions, I guess probably all of the regions of California, have some standards, some water quality objectives that they're not meeting, and some beneficial uses that are being impaired. And so to work together with the tribes and the regional boards and the State Water Resources Control Board to really come up with solutions that work for the Bay Delta, I believe is critically important because there's a lot at stake. So I want to talk a little bit about the voluntary agreements and then also just, the kind of the realities of Bay Delta. There's a saying, and I'm just saying this like as a private person, trust Allah, but tether your camel, trust, but verify. Voluntary agreements have, there are problems with voluntary agreements. And we believe that if you're going to include those in the plan, that they should be telemetered. You should be using telemetry so that everybody can see what the flow is in those areas. Or just like what we're doing on Clear Lake, you have a coordinated effort where there's flow being monitored by outside entities. We were loaned, the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians was loaned a flow gauge to monitor flow, measure flow, and we will be returning that loan because we received some funding from Department of Water Resources to purchase a flow gauge. So that is, a way to verify that voluntary agreements are happening instead of just trusting it's going to happen. The state has a history of trusting private property owners to do the right thing, and I don't think the evidence is really good that they've been that people are doing the best that they can. For example, looking at the water rights reports, the statement of use and diversion, that private property owners who are pulling surface water from a water body, they're supposed to be submitting those to the state every year. Well, we made a very large point of those being inaccurate for the review of the Clear Lake Hitch, and there's since been estimations from water board staff in the enforcement division that over half of the reports that were turned in for Clear Lake use, Clear Lake watershed use, were incorrect and inaccurate, and then the other half weren't even turned in. So my point is that voluntary agreements make it easier for the water boards, but the reality is that many people don't have the time, the training, or even the inclination to be doing the right thing and submitting the information that they're supposed to. So I would suggest that if you're going to use those, to have real, actual verification elements in those voluntary agreements. The second is that, when I first learned about the Bay Delta plan, I got concerned because it seems like you're using minimum flow requirements as a proxy to meeting all of the water quality objectives. But because the water is coming from, the two regions, Region 5 and Region 2, and we know that those are impaired waters, there doesn't seem to be a mechanism between how the Delta works with those two regions to ensure improved water quality. We're just stuck in, these very long and ineffective TMDLs. Ineffective. So that means that the water, so as long as you're just doing minimum flow requirements and flow monitoring, it's very, very questionable that the water is actually meeting the water quality objectives of the uses that are there. And so I'm curious, like what kind of components that this plan has, and moving forward with mitigation measures if the water quality that's coming from Region 5 and Region 2 are not meeting the standards that even their own standards. So what's next? Flow doesn't fix everything, fixes some things. So, ultimately, and just the previous speakers, the other my colleagues did a fantastic job explaining the details of why tribal consultation is so important. and the development of tribal beneficial uses is also so important because we're talking about basically unmonitored waters that are have the potential for affecting the health of individuals. And this is 2023. We're better than that. We need better water quality to be able to continue traditional activities that really require good water quality. So tribal consultation is critical, and it's also critical to be working together to ensure that the water in the Delta meets the water quality standards that are connected to tribal beneficial uses and even just the other uses that exist there. And I'm very interested in working with your staff to understand what exists to ensure that there, as I said, there are mitigation measures in place, and whether that means fewer permits for discharge should be considered so that the water is meeting those standards. I think you should be willing to look at any of those options, because right now there's no compromise. Basically, the short end of the stick is always gotten by the tribes and the environment. So we're better than that, and we need to work harder. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Really appreciate your continued leadership, certainly in Clear Lake, but on all these issues, and especially around tribal beneficial uses. Thank you. Do we have one more member of this panel, or I have listed here Matthew Moore, that's all. Okay. Well then, just thank you very much. I know, for me, what we certainly have a discussion around is tribal beneficial uses in the context of the Bay Delta Plan, where we're going, and we're here listening. Certainly you saw the staff's first incorporation in the draft staff report around some thinking around that, but I know we'll have a lot more discussion. But just want to note that there is certainly the tribal beneficial use discussion in the context of the Bay Delta Plan, but there is also the larger TBU discussion. I just want to acknowledge and thank, I know Crystal, Moreno, your participation was really appreciated at the Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting that we had just earlier this year here in October. It was a good discussion. We talked about the first potential designation here, which will be Mono. Lahontan region, the first out the gate, it has taken too long, but what I'm hopeful we can do coming out of that discussion, and here this one as well, is better just synthesize what work we are doing and try to articulate and ensure to engage on the larger project, even as we also kind of dig into what it means in the context of the Bay Delta Plan of how we meaningfully do this. I want to note I wish there were others out there that already had a template that allowed us to, pick something up and really start going, but the reality is nowhere else in the nation is this discussion happening at this level with this specificity. So we're all, as usual here, kind of in uncharted territory and discussion. So I appreciate the patience, and I appreciate the engagement around this really critical issue from everyone here. So just a huge thanks. Board Member Firestone.
Thank you. Thanks. And yeah, I agree. I think it was really helpful on the broader, many of these really important points that are super relevant to this Bay Delta Plan are also really important across all of our basin plans. And so I really look forward to starting to do a better job, or to doing a better job of an ongoing conversation with tribes about how we can accelerate that process. And I've seen us already start to have some of that. And I'm confident we will be doing even more of that in the near future overall. So I really appreciate the time and sort of relentless work to try to help us, do justice to what I think is a common intent. And when we adopted this in a SWRCB, that we wanted to see beneficial uses protected. And I think despite those intents, it hasn't happened anywhere yet. Except for what was done before SWRCB in Region 1. And so while we're making important progress, hopefully Mono Lake there is stuff we can do now, and we have to. I think improve the process and engage with you all and other tribes in figuring out how to do that effectively. But I wanted to talk specifically and ask a question specifically on the Bay Delta plan, since that's what our workshop's on. This process will be really establishing those objectives and program of implementation for flow, primarily in the Bay Delta plan. And as part of that, what we're going to be doing is weighing what is reasonable protection, right? How do we achieve reasonable protection? It seems to me that it's important for us to understand tribal beneficial uses in order to weigh that reasonable protection and balance, and that balancing that we have to do. But we're also not going to get, I think, as robust a process as we're going to need to ultimately get to in terms of going all the way to establishing objectives for all tribal beneficial use and an implementation plan for all tribal beneficial use protections. That's not in the scope of what I think this plan is going to do, but we can be setting forward a process and recognizing that this is, it's a basin plan. We do triennial reviews. It's iterative. It seems to me, though, that even if the real detailed work of what is, exposure, establishing those objectives and really specific programs of implementation that's a lot of work working with tribes and, doing studies, doing monitoring, like you said. That's not going to be totally finished, and it's going to be iterative and living even beyond that. But by the time we need to adopt this plan, but we do need to still understand where there's tribal beneficial uses overall to be able to inform the balancing that we're making now, that we are going to be able to have to make a decision on and take a vote on in the near term. So I guess I'm wondering, is there a pathway that you think is, I think what I've heard from you is it's important that we build in a process no matter what for this continued work. But I'm also wondering if you see a pathway for us establishing designations that may not be fully complete, for the entire Bay Delta watershed, but would be a start for those that you all have, that you've already started to identify through this process and through consultations. We do have CEQA and planning and other statutory requirements, or we have to identify what are the reasonable potential impacts of our actions. But I'm just wondering if you feel that it's realistic for us to be able to integrate designations of certain beneficial uses within this time frame, including some identification of some of those at a basic high level, I think, reasonable protection, reasonable expectations of impacts.
Yeah, thank you, Laurel. That was a lot. But we appreciate it because we understand that this is a challenging process. However, the answer can never be to do nothing. Our sense is the designations are needed so that there's weight to them, so that you must balance them. Without the designations, there's not that same weight to it. We think you can designate. We think you can do it on a watershed basis. We don't see any reason why it can't be done in that manner. Because the reality is that tribal communities are suffering. right? So the impacts which you've heard, we can't conduct cultural activities. We can't, conduct ceremony in certain areas. And that is just unacceptable. And so there needs to be a sense of urgency. We need to figure out how we can do designations on a watershed-wide basis. And then, talk about how we fill those scientific study gaps, because we've already identified many, because we have to. Because whether or not you all designate, we still have to figure out how we're protecting our communities.
Yeah, I think it is realistic to start at a high level. I mean, waters are impaired right now, uses are impaired right now. Salmon populations are collapsing right now. So if we're waiting, the longer we wait, the longer we lose the ability to practice cultural uses in a good way on these waterways. And, the one thought that comes to mind right now is that you can designate a waterway, or you can integrate a TBU on a waterway, and you can do that widespread. Municipal water designations are widespread. You just have to prove otherwise, that that waterway is not going to be used for a domestic water supply. TBUs need to be done in the same way as a blanket statement. And then we prove otherwise, that tribal beneficial use is not happening on a particular waterway that is, maybe there's a water right or point of change diversion or something that's going to affect the flow there. But we do need a process outlined. It's a lot of work if there's not a designation for tribes to just be monitoring water quality permits that are before the board, or water right hearings that are before the board, to attend each and every one of those to check and make sure that the TBUs that are not, designated are still not going to be impaired. So that's a lot of work. And so there has to be a process outlined. And that's what we're asking for in this basin plan update, is that a process is outlined.
And then to add to that we do have some examples already. For example, in the Region 1, where tribal beneficial uses were designated, it was successfully used. And you guys all remember that story about the pesticide that was going to be sprayed upriver from the ceremony that was going to take place. And so by being able to have that beneficial uses on the book, it didn't even have a numerical objective. It was able to be protected. So there's that piece. And then also when it comes to what is subsistence, there's the state definition of subsistence, which happens to be very similar to the meals per week that the Fraser-Schilling study showed. It's 4.5 meals per week. Of course, in the Fraser-Schilling study, it's a mix between salmon and other fish, but there's something there for subsistence already, which does bring me to that SWRCB, which is where the reason why that happened as a statewide water quality objective goal was because it was for every area, of course, as you remember, that does not have a TMDL. So it was a blanket kind of a moment. And so there's another example of that. Hope that helps. Oh, unless Sarah has anything else to add, I should give her the opportunity. Okay.
Thank you, board member, and just incredibly thank you for, again, the presentations and discussion here. Looking forward to what I know will be a lot more on the TB issue, and just thank you incredibly. Let's move to our next panel. I know we're at about 30 minutes behind, otherwise our stated schedule. So we'll go to our next panel. It'll be about 30 minutes, and then we'll take our lunch at 12:30 now instead of 12. So I'd like to call up those that are participating in the third panel. Good morning, or afternoon now, everyone. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tama Brisbane, Executive Director of With Our Words. Here are the groups presenting for the HABs and Environmental Justice Panel. They are part of a coalition known as the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition. Now, I don't work full-time in water advocacy. With Our Words is a Stockton-based nonprofit working with youth in the areas of journalism, advocacy, spoken word, and creative writing. I do interface daily with young people engaging with and writing about the Delta and our general environment, primarily youth of color, mostly from our large environmental and social justice communities. Quoting Lisa P. Jackson, first Black woman administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, "It's time to be clear about this misconception that environmental issues are incompatible with civil rights issues. The truth is that environmental issues are civil rights issues." With Our Words is on record with US EPA supporting the Title VI complaint and petition for rulemaking for completion of the Bay Delta Plan filed by the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition. I was present and engaged in water advocacy in December 2018 when the board went and voted on the adoption of the final SED for Phase 1 update to the Bay Delta Plan. While 40% unimpaired flow for the San Joaquin River wasn't the best protective standard, and the weakening of the salinity standard worried us, we were hopeful that a solid proposal for restorative flows on the Sacramento River during the Phase 2 process, along with the development of a strong protective standard dealing with harmful algal blooms and the board's rejection of the voluntary agreement, that we were at least collectively moving in the right direction. I warned the board then, on behalf of the hundreds of youth that I work with in Stockton, that the VA process was exclusionary. Our students, many engaged for the first time in high school environmental action clubs, couldn't miss school to attend the board's daytime public hearings. I further warned the board that the VAs wouldn't improve water quality, wouldn't protect fisheries, or improve environmental conditions for our young people. In 2018, our colleague Anthony Robinson courageously spoke truth to power when he told this board how our degraded environment becomes internalized degradation for the people. Who feels worthy when nothing surrounding a person is healthy, normal, safe, beautiful, or accessible in the natural world? There's a direct line between EJ and mass incarceration. The 2021 Yale Review documented this worrisome overlap between environmentally toxic communities and mass incarceration. My work in education and literary arts seeks to break that pipeline, but the disparate impacts caused by delays and inadequate proposed standards as described in this plan are making my work so much harder. We waited 5 years for Phase 2 due to delays to allow for the advancement of the voluntary agreements, yet that implementation plan is still forthcoming. How do we evaluate an incomplete environmental document? DWR promised in 2018 during the vote for Phase 1 that the voluntary agreements would be ready for implementation in 90 days. 2023 is ending. Yet the voluntary agreements will worsen flows through the Delta on both the Sacramento and San Joaquin River systems. Without a numeric HAB standard, the problems in Stockton will be replicated into other areas of the Delta, further destroying our natural world. The current staff report for Phase 2 before us today prioritizes HABs assessments for water exporters, not for environmental justice communities in the Delta. Without a HAB standard, the low range for Sacramento flows will impact the more rural areas where a number of the Delta's 72 small drinking water systems exist. According to recent surveys completed by the Department of Water Resources, the Delta in its entirety is a majority disadvantaged community. And the voluntary agreements described in the staff report will exacerbate HAB's conditions because flow conditions to the Sacramento River and eastern tributaries will worsen without in-stream flow standards. The board's actions, prioritizing the concerns of water exporters and water districts, creates disparate impacts for people of color and tribes in all Delta communities, both urban and rural. What the board has demonstrated to me these past 5 years is that EJ communities do not matter. Marginalized communities don't need recreational opportunities, and fishing for sustenance and culture don't need protection. I've watched my community and its youth become alarmingly more disconnected from the natural environment. We're here today advocating for the same things we advocated for 5 years ago. Hopefully, this time you'll listen and implement. I have the honor of turning this panel over to the young professional science and policy experts who have detailed information to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brisbane.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Zach Jagone, and I'm an environmental scientist working for the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. Next slide. I was initially brought on to work for the tribe in March of this year because over the past few years, there have been harmful algal blooms observed at some of the tribe's ancestral sites throughout the Sacramento area, and that was of concern for the health of tribal elders and youth at events that were occurring. Next slide. I began testing for harmful algal blooms in April of this year. Over this past summer, the presence of HABs was pretty minimal due to high flows in the Sacramento River along the sites that I was testing at. However, even so, several incidences still did occur. There was firstly a language camp that was canceled in June due to cyanotoxins being detected in the river. This directly prevented cultural knowledge from being able to be passed down on the tribe's ancestral land and caused a significant harm to this tribal beneficial use. Additionally, HABs were detected in September of this year, although it did not cancel a specific event. It was still something of concern. Next slide. Getting into the science a bit here is a graph showing flows on the Sacramento River. It's from a USGS station near Verona Marina. The flows from 2023 are seen in yellow and are quite clearly significantly higher than in the previous several years. Next slide. Breaking this down year by year, this graph shows a bit more detail for the flows that occurred in 2023. You'll see that the flows reached a peak of over 66,000 cubic feet per second and remained quite high throughout the summer, staying above 20,000 cubic feet per second throughout mid-June. Next slide. This graph shows the flows from the previous year in 2022. Note the significantly lower peak, which is below 11,500 CFS. The levels averaged around 7,000 CFS throughout the summer, which is about half of what was seen in this year of 2023. Next slide. Stepping back another year, here is the flows in 2021. Besides that large spike in late October, the flows otherwise stayed pretty low between 5,000 and 12,000 CFS during the HAB season. And next slide. Going back another year to 2020, the flows this year peaked just below 20,000 CFS, which was higher than in 2021 or 2022, but was still significantly lower than in 2023. Next slide. So now I'm going to dive a bit into some of the specific HAB incidents that occurred over these past few years. So there's a lot going on this slide, but the table on the right shows the number of reported blooms that occurred each year in Sacramento County, and I excluded those where testing was conducted and no cyanotoxins were found. You'll see that 2023 is pretty notable because it had significantly fewer blooms present than the previous 2 years, likely due to significantly higher flows. 2020 also had fewer reports than the 2 years afterwards, and this is likely due to a combination of, first of all, less awareness of this issue back then, and secondly, higher flows were seen compared to 2021 or 2022. So it's likely due to a combination of those two factors. Next slide. In addition to HABs, I also want to discuss the threat of E. coli contamination a bit as well. These plots show the E. coli levels that I tested for at 4 of our tribal locations. The red lines show the geometric mean at each location, and although the geometric mean for these sites is generally below the EPA recommendation level of 100 CFU per 100 milliliters, there is still a significant spike that occurred in late July at several of these locations, which is visible on all 4 of these graphs. One impact of these high E. coli levels was that an event for tribal elders was not able to take place on the tribe's ancestral territory, once again causing an impact to a tribal beneficial use. Even though flows were high this year, it still did not prevent these high E. coli levels from being seen. So just to summarize, I want to really emphasize the tie here between high flows seen this past year with lower incidences of harmful algal blooms, and just emphasize the importance of looking at flows when we consider this issue. And secondly, I want to emphasize the importance of how harmful algal blooms as well as the E. coli here are directly tied to harming tribal beneficial uses, and this is something that action needs to be taken on. Thank you for your time, and I'll pass it to our next speaker.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Spencer Fern, and today I will talk about what we've learned from studies in Stockton, Discovery Bay, and Antioch, so the board can apply what we've learned for evaluating the staff report for Phase 2. While Stockton and San Joaquin County are more impacted by flow standards set in Phase 1, the mixing of waters from the Sacramento River and tributaries also impact our local waterways. Next, or that slide's fine. Harmful algal blooms were first spotted in the Delta in 1999 and have since plagued Stockton waterways during the summer months of May through September. The toxins these blooms release impact the communities near these waterways. And on top of the HABs concerns for these waterways, the 303D list of impaired water bodies lists the Stockton Deepwater Shipping Channel and its tributaries as impaired water bodies under the Clean Water Act. Restore the Delta has addressed the concerns of water quality inequities by developing a HABs monitoring program. So in 2022, RTD established a testing routine around Stockton to gather toxin data on harmful algal blooms, focusing on microcystis, the most common cyanobacteria in Stockton's waterways. With limited funding, we could only test around Stockton, but HABs monitoring needs to become a Delta-wide practice. And between 2022 and 2023, the years that we've been able to test, Stockton only has experienced bloom activity in 2022. Next slide, please. From 2022 to 2023, it would appear that all conditions to formulate harmful algal blooms were the same except for the flows. And over the next few slides, I'm going to summarize a snapshot of 5 flow charts. Next slide, please. So you'll see in 2019, the state recorded its first HABs event in 2019 in August, once flows started to become negative. Next slide, please. And that red line indicates when the first report was. And you'll continue to see that 2022 and 2021 and 2022, which I'll kind of speed through here with the next few slides. Negative flow is hit and low flow is hit. If you could, next slide and next slide. You'll see that flow was low and that the negative flows were starting to be met by early June or May, around the time frame when blooms started to appear in these years. Next slide. Now, compared with this year, with 2023, we had positive flows on the San Joaquin system until the end of July. And we did not experience harmful algal blooms in the Stockton general area, even though our waterways are still impaired. Next slide, please. The staff report's incomplete HABs analysis, if implemented, will lead to disparate impacts on disadvantaged communities. The staff report acknowledges that nutrients are generally high in the Delta, and other factors such as low flows, in part by increasing residence time and high temperatures, are thought to be more important in driving HABs. Staff report focuses on HABs problems related to reservoir storage and water exports rather than the estuary. The report lists that reservoir HABs concerns are potentially significant, but then lists that HAB impacts on recreation are less than significant. This is discriminatory and continues to put water exports over communities. The decrease in in-stream flows through the Delta will increase stressors for harmful algal blooms as seen along the San Joaquin River system through 2022. It's also quoted in the report that HABs closures are only temporary and that other recreation sites are available to travel to. So in this example, Stockton youth were scheduled for recreational activities at the Big Break shoreline due to HAB outbreaks in Stockton. However, the Big Break shoreline had to close down public access to the water for most of that summer due to presence of HABs toxins as well, which is quite ironic. A closure that lasts an entire summer is not temporary. Delta residents have a constitutional right to recreate and use local public trust resources. With impacts from heat, cool water recreation is necessary and recreation impacts should be classified as significant. And expecting Delta community residents to recreate elsewhere further pushes disparate impacts on disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. Increased in-stream flows through June will minimize formation of harmful algal blooms later in the season, as we saw this year, both on the Sacramento and San Joaquin River systems. 75% unimpaired flows is preferred for overall estuary health, with 65% unimpaired flow as the absolute minimum during drought years to stop the proliferation of HABs in the Sacramento River system. A numeric HAB standard must also be developed for both recreational and drinking water impacts following the US EPA's 2019 standards. The staff report mentions the same standard, stating that the US EPA has developed water quality criteria for some harmful algal bloom toxins and draft aquatic life criteria for some chemicals of emerging concern, but there are not yet recommended water quality criteria for most chemicals of emerging concerns. The US EPA 2019 HAB standard should be the baseline for formulating a protective HAB standard for this document, and delaying implementation of a HABs standard for managing water quality and flow in Phase 2 document creates disparate impacts. Thanks for the opportunity to present, and I'll be passing on to the next presenter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to my colleagues for presenting. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I am Gloria Estefania Alonso Cruz, Little Manila's Rising Environmental Justice Advocacy Coordinator and a member of the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition, also abbreviated as DTEC. My comments today are in response to the release of the draft staff report for the Phase 2 update of the Bay Delta Plan. Next slide. Little Manila Rising is a social justice organization that works in environmental justice. Our focus is on equitable solutions around asthma mitigation, urban forestry, and environmental justice advocacy. We joined the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition in filing the Title VI complaint and petition for the rulemaking with the US EPA because tribes and other EJ communities in the Delta, like South Stockton residents, are alienated from our regional waterways. We stand in solidarity with our partners because, like myself and the community that we represent at Little Manila, we have been impacted by polluted and impaired waterways that are a legacy of genocide and redlining. As illustrated on the screen, column screen identifies Stockton to be within the 90th percentile for cumulative environmental impacts and air pollution. There is a rising concern over the link between particulate matter, PM, and harmful algae blooms toxins, especially for communities like Stockton, who experience high levels of air pollution already. Our experience will be replicated along the Sacramento River side of the Delta if the wrong water management decisions are made. Failing to acknowledge how water management creates disparate impacts for Delta communities will turn rural Delta communities into environmental justice communities. Next slide, please. Our interdisciplinary collaboration with academic institutions such as the University of North Carolina and community experts such as Restore the Delta has allowed us to question the multiple dimensions of pollution in our EJ community. While the San Joaquin County and Stockton are directly impacted by the San Joaquin River flows, the mixing of water at the confluence of the San Joaquin River and the Sacramento River impacts water quality for a significant part of the estuary. Currently, low flows during dry years on the San Joaquin River contribute to air pollution linked to HABs in Stockton, With the proposed preferred flow alternative in phase 2, we can expect the same air quality problems to manifest along the Sacramento River side of the Delta when unimpaired flows drop to 45%. The low end of this flow range will potentially exacerbate HABs problems downstream of the San Joaquin-Sacramento confluence. Next slide, please. Sorry, can we go back to the other slide? Thank you. The University of North Carolina has been researching how HABs impact air quality. Their findings in the Delta suggest that gases that sometimes evaporate off toxic blue-green algae blooms can lead to aerosol formation in the atmosphere, forming particulate matter that is unhealthy to inhale. Next slide. This illustration on the screen provides a greater understanding about the interaction between air and water quality, and it is useful to contextualize my comment in regards to the research. UNC collected air filters and water quality samples from areas in Stockton, Antioch, and Discovery Bay to identify toxins and other compounds that originate from HABs. While UNC's research did not identify the presence of HABs toxins in the air filter samples their first year of testing, they were able to identify taste and odor compounds that originate from HABs that can lead to aerosol formation. These aerosols originating from HABs can potentially be inhaled by people not interacting in the waterways, but who are located in the general vicinity. It is known that the inhalation of aerosols negatively impacts respiratory health. It is important to be aware of this study. It is important to be aware that this study is a first of its kind and unveils an air quality concern pertaining to HABs that is not addressed in the staff report. The new research has opened the door for more studies on the link between HABs and air quality. That being said, further research is needed to know what chemical changes do the taste and odor compounds undergo when they reach the atmosphere. Are the taste and odor of volatile organic compounds attaching themselves to already existing particulate matter? Or are they contributing to the production of particulate matter, exacerbating the already existing air quality concerns? Most importantly, what are the public health concerns? Ingested cyanotoxins are already known to cause liver issues. So do these odor and taste compounds cause additional health issues? While the staff report acknowledges, and I quote, reduced flow at some locations may increase the formation of HABs, which could produce odor compounds, end of the quote, it fails to analyze the complexity between air quality and HABs and the air quality research gap. Next slide. UNC research was conducted within the phase 1 project area that I addressed earlier, but it can be applied to water management decisions for the Sacramento River side of the estuary. Preliminary research by Shingle Springs is already revealing that reduced flows on the Sacramento system result in more HABs incidents. UNC is establishing the link between HABs incidents and air pollution. Consequently, we know reduced flows lead to HABs, which then leads to increased air pollution concerns. Air pollution from HABs is yet another disparate impact experienced by Delta environmental justice communities when unimpaired flows are too low to support a healthy estuary. This is why the preferred flow alternative for phase 2 will not work. The bottom range is too low to protect public health, and the voluntary agreements contain no analysis at all of this impact challenge and are therefore rejected by this coalition. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'll pass it to you.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. Really appreciate your comments. Ms.
Thank
Cortez.
you, Gloria. Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Cynthia Cortez, Policy Analyst with Restore the Delta and a representative of the new generation of water advocates in the Delta and Stockton community. Today, I am providing comments on my concerns with the staff report's analysis of impacts to environmental justice communities as it pertains to fisheries for recreation, culture, and subsistence. The staff report's analysis of impacts to environmental justice communities falls short and is incomplete. Next slide, please. The staff report has greenwash, low flow, and high flow to convey a lesser than actual impact. The preferred 55% unimpaired flow alternative merely delays fish extinction, and the high 65% unimpaired flow is only the bare minimum for fish recovery and HABs mitigation. Referring to it as high flow would suggest that it is greater than the average or greater than what is required for recovery. I urge the board to adopt flow standards that exceed 65% unimpaired flow. Anything less than 65% will not get us to recovery. It will not meet the board's salmon doubling objective and will worsen disparate impacts. Replacing flow standards with narrative objectives as proposed by the VAs would expedite the extinction of native fish. Next slide, please. In the Your Delta, Your Voice report prepared by the Department of Water Resources, 90% of Delta environmental justice respondents disclosed that they rely on Delta fish to feed their families on a nearly costless basis. The Delta is home to a large population of tribes, Southeast Asian and Latino communities who traditionally rely on fisheries for cultural ceremonies, cultural preservation, consumption, sports, and leisure. Migrant families have found a piece of home within the Delta waterways that allow them to nurture cultural practices from their country of origin. However, mismanagement of California water, the lack of regulations of water diversions, and outdated water quality standards have resulted in declining fish populations, causing a cultural ethnocide. Additionally, the staff report has lumped all ethnic groups into a single economically disadvantaged communities category and has no analysis of impacts to significantly represented communities that reside within the Sacramento Delta watershed. Next slide, please. The staff report's analysis of impacts to environmental justice communities is insufficient, and there needs to be additional analysis. In Chapter 8, the draft staff report acknowledges that, I quote, disadvantaged communities are more susceptible to water quality issues, and the public water systems serving these communities are less likely to have resources to respond adequately to water quality emergencies compared to neighboring affluent communities, end quote. There are nearly 80 drinking water systems in the Delta region, yet there was no analysis of them in the staff reports, despite the vulnerability of the disadvantaged communities to which they serve. The argument commonly made is that increasing in-stream flows will cause an increased dependence on groundwater to continue to meet water export demand and can cause an increased risk of exposure to groundwater contaminants. However, this argument is made on the basis of continuing business as usual. You all have created and are continuing to support an unsustainable reliance on Delta water that is having devastating impacts to California ecology, public health, and honestly distrust in government agencies to prioritize the well-being of disadvantaged communities. We cannot afford to continue business as usual. Next slide, please. In closing, we are asking that the board, 1, meaningfully engage tribes as partners in the process of adopting true tribal beneficial uses and in addressing and quantifying tribal water rights. 2, adopt a HAB standard that is protective of cultural and recreational uses for tribes and environmental justice communities. Integrate new and emerging air quality HAB science in the next iteration of the staff report. 3, we urge the board to adopt a 75% unimpaired flow standard to support the board's salmon doubling objective and protect Delta communities in times of drought. Lastly, 4, we set aside political agendas, dismiss the proposed voluntary agreements that turn water quality standard setting and attainment over to water agencies and irrigation districts who are driving an unsustainable use of Delta flow. The staff report as written is for the benefit of water exporters and protecting the status quo. Whether it is with a 55% flow, voluntary agreements, or the never-ending TUCPs, you did not write a report that accounts for disparate impacts to tribes and environmental justice communities. The board's action or lack thereof within the past 5+ years has exacerbated the disparate impacts felt by these communities. Lastly, we are seeing bad policy allow for the inappropriate streamlining of bad projects. Not dealing with the policy that causes the disparate impacts is an act of discrimination and continued racism built into California's water rights system. I would like to thank the board and board staff for the opportunity to present today and granting us our panel request. The Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition will be submitting comprehensive written comments to the board that will delve into each topic in much greater detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cortez. I appreciate everyone's engagement and work in this discussion. It's a critical one here before the board, and your voices are meaningful and important here to us. So really appreciate the work you've done on this, listening here myself, and just taking in the feedback. So thank you. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you for that panel and for all of your work, and look forward to the comments and continued engagement. HABs is obviously a huge issue for particularly that disproportionately impacts communities of color, and particularly Stockton and Delta areas, but it's also an issue, as we've heard from tribes and in other parts of our state and throughout, and I know is something that this board's really concerned with. There's been a lot of efforts and processes, some mandated by the legislature that I know this board has taken in terms of trying to develop recommendations on statewide program to address HABs. And there's a process that I know we've been coordinating with and increasingly coordinating with and including in our thoughts on how to include a HABs science agenda in that the Delta Science Program has been convening. And I guess I'm interested if this panel has, I don't know as much on the air quality science gaps, but I know there's a lot of science gaps that what's intended to be a more collaborative one science approach on HABs in the Delta that the Delta Science Program's developing is trying to look at what are the gaps. And I know we're trying to fund, and I think are funding some work on developing more predictive modeling or understanding to be able to untangle some of the major variables there so that we can do better planning. I'm curious if this group thinks that that's the right place for and process for a collaborative science program for the Delta, and does it address the gaps on the air quality issues adequately thus far? Have those been adequately identified within that process? I know a lot's focused on the water quality and drivers and monitoring, but wanted to hear more about that.
So at least in terms of what it is, it's the study that was done by UNC is like cutting edge. It's like, or like it's so very recent that it's like there's not enough understanding of what those HABs concerns were. And having worked with Haley Plaz, who was the one who was underdoing the search or the research, she mentioned that there would need to be further studies. And at this point, I don't think there have been. But I believe, at least in terms of making in policy, and I also kind of want to just echo something Ivan said from the first panel, which is that even though we want to set a baseline, we can always improve on that. And at least having a HAB standard would be able to set a baseline to be able to improve water quality standards in a way that was meaningful to helping the disadvantaged communities, people of color, tribal beneficial uses, and cultural practices. But as of right now, from what I understand with the Delta Science Program, is it's much more just focused on water quality. And obviously a standard isn't going to just be a comprehensive thing for all awful or all problems that come from HABs, but at least getting something started to get framework for every aspect of it, I think is important.
Thanks for that, and thank you, board member. Yeah, I know what the fundamental tension here for us, because we're delayed here on really completing the work of the water quality control plan update, is getting it done and getting it done timely here. And to your point, there are still a lot more questions perhaps and work that needs to be done. And so the question is, what best can we do so as to not extend the time that it takes for us to complete this important plan, but be able to, and I think of this in the vein of the tribal beneficial use discussion as well, find out how those other efforts
can start to connect in as well so that we understand in the context of the Bay Delta Plan what we can achieve and move forward on, and importantly, connect it to a deeper body of work that we know is out there. I'll note that with our nitrate control programs in this state alone, we're decades, thankfully, ahead of some other states when it comes to even just getting a hold of the inputs that drive harmful algal blooms, which include phosphorus and other things. And there is a biostimulatory policy that we've been pursuing. So I think there's parts and places here that we can continue to build this engagement and discussion on for sure, and just appreciate everyone's real time on this. So thank you.
Sorry.
Yes.
Just to make sure I'm just for maybe for myself, but on this question of how we integrate this into what we're doing now in this process. So would you all envision that, I know you've talked about numeric objectives, but in the implementation plan, that the science and that monitoring science and model development and sort of that continuing development be explicitly part of the implementation plan?
I would think so, at least for implementation for phase standards or even in any other kind of project, to have HABs as a standard in order to be able to implement these types of concerns that we have with it. And just to circle back to what Chair Esquivel was saying about how we get to that point, I do think it's important to take the standards that have already been set by EPA or EPA's 2019 HAB standard as just a baseline for how to set those standards, but also working with the different communities that have HABs concerns, because what might work for community A, Stockton, which might be increased flow, may not work for another location in the Delta. So just being able to understand all of the factors and nutrient loading, and whether that's nitrogen, phosphorus, whatever happens to be the limiting source, or to limit the incidence of HABs, would be the best course of action. And I think being able to implement that into the decision-making process is important.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate, again, the discussion and everyone's contribution here. Let us take a 30-ish minute lunch now. And then when we come back, we will proceed to our fourth panel with the California Rice Commission. We'll then take an hour-ish of individual speakers, have an afternoon break, and then at 2 o'clock will be the VA overview and panelists. So let's all find ourselves back here at, let's just say, 1:15 rather, and just appreciate everyone's time here. All right, everyone, we're nearly at 1:20. Hope everyone had a great lunch. And we're ready to move to now our fourth panel. I'd like to invite up the California Rice Commission and Tim Johnson, amongst others. Good afternoon. You may have to turn on your mic. You're cold.
It's been a while since I've seen all of you and had to push the green button. Well, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. We've got a panel of myself and colleagues. The items that we'll talk about today is really kind of focused on habitat in working California rice lands, right? An item that we think is going to be important to you as you make decisions about flows, obviously, in the Sacramento River. So with that, if we could go to the next slide. There we go. So my job today is to give you an overview of, slide after that, give you an overview of rice in the Sacramento Valley. So in our valley, we're 500,000 acres, 2,500 family farmers, truly folks that farm with their brother, their sister, probably their folks at some point. Obviously, the water sources that are important to rice in the Sac Valley are surface water. We're almost, or I would say predominantly surface water. Sacramento River, Feather, and Yuba. In addition to the habitat on the 500,000 acres of rice that we grow during the growing season, we also annually flood winter rice. 320,000 acres of rice fields are flooded after harvest, right? We grow the rice, we dry the fields and harvest it, and then we reflood purposefully 320,000 acres annually. In addition, programs that my growers can sign up for to provide enhanced habitat benefit on those lands, either during the growing season or during the winter flooding season. We deploy about $6 million a year in programs specifically to enhance habitat. And you'll hear about some of those species that we're impacting. State and federal dollars, sometimes, like in the drought, the last 2 years, DWR dollars were in excess of $8 million a year, specifically to pump water in the wintertime to those rice fields that wouldn't have otherwise been flooded. Next slide. To give you an idea of the species, and we'll drill down into some more of these here in a minute, but the species that we impact during that 365-day cycle of working rice lands, 230 species are known to live in our fields. 30 of those are what we call special status, right? State or federal, threatened, endangered, or special status. Often folks will say, well, rice is great, but what would that look like if we tried to equate it to a wetland? To replace the 500,000 acres of rice with an equivalent habitat benefit in wetlands would be 300,000 acres that you would have to convert. $2.8 billion. Then, of course, you would have that maintenance, right, that farmers do annually. You'd have to maintain it, those wetlands, even after you converted them. And importantly, and you'll hear about this from some of my colleagues, but the proximity of rice to the remaining wetlands, right, about 75,000 acres of managed wetlands, those would be state or federal refuges, they may be private wetlands as well. Rice in proximity to those managed wetlands is hugely important, right? It's not just the Sacramento National Wildlife Refuge, it's the Sacramento National Wildlife Refuge and the rice fields that are around it. Pacific Flyway, of course, which you're, I think, all familiar with, but I always like to bring up the fact that our rice fields and the wetlands in the Sacramento Valley have been internationally recognized as a shorebird site of international significance. We're going to talk about big birds today, but the little birds that come earlier and leave a little bit later, those shorebirds, you wouldn't think about it, but rice is hugely important to their migration, which is actually oftentimes further or longer than our waterfowl. So with that, that's an overview of working rice lands in the Sacramento Valley. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Jeff McCreary from Ducks Unlimited.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. My name is Jeff McCreary. I'm the Director of Operations for Ducks Unlimited's Western region, which includes the 9 westernmost states. If you're not familiar with Ducks Unlimited, we were formed 86 years ago in 1937. We're the world's largest wetland conservation organization with a mission to conserve important waterfowl habitat in North America, and that includes wetlands and working lands. For 86 years, Ducks Unlimited has known that in order to support wildlife populations, habitat is the key. If you're going to be, we're a wetland conservation organization, we're not a waterfowl conservation organization, because to really promote wildlife, it all comes down to habitat. I'd make an argument that we've been very successful at doing this. The recent State of the Birds report indicated that 3 billion birds have declined in North America over the last 50 years, except notably for one group, waterfowl. Waterfowl have been on the increase, and that's not due to any surprise to me because of the work that we've been doing for over 86 years to promote both wetland restoration and conservation, as well as productive, wildlife-friendly, waterfowl-friendly working lands. And I'd make an argument that the conservation era that we're in now and that we've been in for some decades is not the set-aside era of Teddy Roosevelt, where we established our national wildlife refuges and our state wildlife areas, but we're in an era of private working land conservation. And in fact, if we're going to be successful in making this world a little bit better place today than it was yesterday, working lands are key to that. And in the Sacramento Valley, that means rice agriculture. Sacramento Valley and the Central Valley in particular are one of the most significant waterfowl areas in the entire world. We have the largest concentrations of wintering ducks and geese here than anywhere else. Sacramento Valley is the heart of that because of this interaction that Tim mentioned of wetlands and rice agriculture. Rice is a wetland plant, and it serves as somewhat of a surrogate for the wetlands that used to be there historically. The birds don't really know the difference. They know that there's water, they know that there's food, and they know that there's a place to land. And in fact, why this is important and why we talk about this synergy between wetlands and rice is because what we're trying to do is support these birds in the winter. So when they migrate, and this is all the birds, this is the songbirds, the shorebirds, the water birds, all the migratory birds that come down and use the valley and use these rice fields. One great example is the northern pintail, which is an iconic California duck. Our pintails winter in the Yukon Delta of Western Alaska. And so from this place, from the Sacramento Valley, they make a 2,000-mile nonstop over the open ocean without stopping migration to the breeding grounds in Western Alaska. And how they're successful in doing that is by eating the food that's available in our rice fields and our wetlands. And in fact, rice in the Sacramento Valley provides half of the food resources for waterfowl that they need to make this epic migration. I would argue that flow is not habitat. Habitat is habitat. And what that means is for a duck, you have to have water to have that habitat. So having rice on the landscape, having wetlands on the landscape, and having these two interchange and support the birds that they need is critically important. Our estimates, and I guess to kind of back up just a little bit, is Ducks Unlimited prides ourselves on being a science-based organization. We're an implementer. We put habitat conservation on the ground, restoration, enhancement, management, protection. And to invest these dollars, we have to know that those investments are going to be placed correctly. And so we're science-based. And what we've determined from our scientists is that when we look at the restrictions on setting aside unimpaired flows, it's potentially coming at the risk of a significant acreage of important rice habitat. In fact, some of the proposals show that 144,000 of this 500,000 that Tim talked about would be fallowed because of that. And we can determine what the energetic impact of waterfowl will be on that. Many of those areas are going to be winter flooded, and there's a direct connection with the decrease in food productivity for our feathered friends. Where would these birds go? That's hard to know. One of the things that birds can do is they can fly. Fish, on the other hand, as we'll learn in a little bit, can't do that. But there's not too many other places in the Central Valley where these birds can go. In fact, south of here, there's even more challenging landscape where we don't have wildlife-friendly agriculture on the landscape. I would say for the next slide, please. Birds are unique, birds are special, but when we look at the valley, it's been designed with birds in mind, but really what we need to do is adapt this place to accommodate fish. We're looking for working land conservation that has multiple benefits, not just for our fine feathered friends and our farmers, but for our fins as well. And I think with that, Paul, I will turn it to you.
Great. Well, thank you, Jeff. Paul Butner with the California Rice Commission, and it's my pleasure to be here to talk about a project that I've worked on for over 5 years, and that is our salmon project. What we're doing is developing a new practice, and by the way, if we could go next slide, please. We're developing a new practice primarily for the bypass fields in rice. However, I also will talk about another practice that works well for the dry side fields as well. This practice would optimize the rice fields for salmon rearing habitat in the bypass. And the reason I say optimize is because we all know that these fields, the salmon are coming to these fields every time the bypass is run, but we do not have a practice yet to recommend to our growers that's been proven and demonstrated to all the agencies that that we can implement, and much like the bird programs, maximize that habitat value year over year. Next slide, please. Wanted to just give you a few scenes from the field. UC Davis is managing all the science project, incredibly devoted to this project. Upper left, for example, you see fish surgery. That's a very small fish having a acoustic tag put into it, about $300 tag. Allows us to confirm whether that fish made it out to the ocean. That's a very important feature that we're trying to demonstrate of this practice, is that not only can we grow them very fast because of the food-rich water that they're in when they're in the rice fields, but we want to make sure that they get out to the ocean at a higher rate as well. And so in there you see pet tagging of hatchery fish. We've been using hatchery fish as surrogates. However, our main goal is to help the fish that come in naturally when the bypass does run. They're measuring growth rates and really doing all this work in the field day after day during the intensive field season. Next slide. Here is an illustration of what the practice would look like. Here's a typical rice field, 4 checks. Normally, these rice fields have solid boards in what we call the rice boxes. With this practice, we're going to raise the depth of the water from about 6 to 7 inches to 10 to 12 inches. You see the height of those boxes on the box on the lower right has a 2-inch hole in it, about 2/3 from the bottom, and a notch allowing for volitional passage of the salmon through that feature. They can move anywhere in the field they want to, including out the field. Our tests with this practice over the years with hatchery fish have demonstrated that when you put the hatchery fish in, again, as surrogates, a percentage of them leave right away, the rest of them stay. And it's likely because the food in that rice field is evolutionarily exactly what they ate when they naturally would use the floodplain hundreds of years ago. Next slide, please. If you were a juvenile salmon, this is what it would look like right here. You swim up to this box and you sort of have a choice of going through that hole or over the notch. We believe most of them go through the hole. The notch is very convenient from a compliance perspective. We want those fields to be 10 to 12 inches. That stack of boards is 12 inches and the notch is 2 inches deep. So if you're confirming compliance of this practice in the field, if there's any water flowing through the notch, then you are in compliance. The idea would be to maintain this condition after the bypass floods, because before then there are no fish in the rice fields. After the bypass floods, under several feet of water, and then it recedes, and now you've got the bypass water and the fish between the four corners of the rice field. That's when the magic happens. We keep that situation in play until March 1, and then we drain the fields, and we've demonstrated that all the fish do leave when we drain the fields. Next slide, please. Just wanted to show you the habitat areas that we focus on for this practice. These fields are in the Sutter bypass, upper left, and the Yolo bypass, lower right. The rice fields in the bypass are in red, and the rice fields on the dry side are in green. And of course, to the left of the bypass is that thin blue line, which is the Sacramento River, which there are a lot of fish, right? Juvenile fish in the Sacramento River as well, both in bypass flood years and of course when the bypass doesn't flood. Next slide, please. Here is a new graphic that we just developed to try to show the sort of the two programs that I envision that we would be running in the Sacramento Valley. The program to your left is what we call fish food. I call it fish food export. Those fields in the upper left are on the dry side, and we can actually drain that water and the food into the river to feed the fish in the river. And if we do it systematically, we can get 2 or 3 flushes of this food exported into the river where the fish are. This project has been led mostly by Cal Trout in our water districts, and they've done a great job to do in-field studies to confirm that the fish are actually in the river, are accessing the field, and are experiencing enhanced growth. But then on the right side shows the practice I've been describing, right? When the bypass does flood, these fish can come out into the floodplain, and their growth rate per day growth rate is incredible. So then by the time those bypass waters recede, and then we release those fish back into the broader bypass and they find their way back to the river, they're larger and presumably better equipped to outmigrate to the ocean. Final slide. Just invite you to go to salmon.calrice.org. There's much more that I can talk about in 5 minutes, and you can see it all there at salmon.calrice.org. And now I'll turn it over to Brian Halstead to talk about giant garter snakes.
Right. Next slide, please. Thank you, Paul, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm a research wildlife biologist with the U.S. Geological Survey, and our role is to provide unbiased science that resource managers can use then to base their conservation decisions on. Next slide, please. And I'm sure most of you are less familiar with the giant garter snakes than you are with some of the other attacks that we've been talking about. But giant garter snakes are uniquely Californian. They have ranged only in the Central Valley, and they range throughout the Central Valley in wetlands and sloughs prior to our interventions in water management. Next slide, please. And with the loss of so many of our marshes in the Central Valley, giant garter snakes have been extirpated from the southern 2/3 of their range. So the Tulare Basin used to be a stronghold for these snakes. They no longer occur there at all. There might still be a population in the San Joaquin Basin, not sure since the drought. And their stronghold now is in the Sacramento Valley, and that's largely because rice agriculture provides marsh-like habitats that the snakes can persist in, whereas in other areas there was no marsh surrogate for them to continue to live in. Next slide, please. So in today's landscape, giant garter snakes have the highest densities and highest body condition in marshes, but rice is a close second. And rice is important, even though the snakes might not be quite as dense there, because of the sheer volume of habitat that it provides. If you took the rice off the landscape, then the snakes, there would be far fewer populations. And you can see in the graph on the right that as you increase the amount of rice in an area, you increase the probability of occurrence of giant garter snakes. And when you map habitat suitability for giant garter snakes in the Sacramento Valley, as you see in the center there, it largely tracks where we grow rice. Next slide, please. So we've done some more detailed studies to look at what happens in the rice landscape when you go from rice fields that look like this, next slide please, to rice fields that look like this because of drought, water transfers, or other water management decisions. Next slide please. And what we found is that when snakes have less rice in and around their home ranges, they have a higher risk of mortality, and that results in measurable differences in survival of giant garter snakes. So in the top blue line and shaded area on the right, that's a snake that had, an average snake that would have 86% rice in and around its home range, has about a 73% probability of surviving through the year. And that was the 95th percentile of the observed proportion of rice that snakes had. In contrast, the red line and shading is at 18% rice, which is the 5th percentile, and that snake would be expected to only have 9% annual survival. So the amount of rice on the landscape is very closely tied to giant garter snake survival. Next slide, please. And whether it's wetlands or rice, water deliveries are essential to maintain this iconic species on our landscapes. Without surface water, they don't have habitat and they don't have prey. Next slide, please. And if you want further information on the snakes, most of the papers listed here are available online, or you can email me. I'm happy to answer any questions. And that's all I have. Next slide, please. Thank you.
So we just today wanted to provide you an idea of what working rice lands can provide at a landscape level. The decisions that you make regard to flow on the Sacramento River can directly impact the number of acres that are grown and directly the amount of habitat that our fields can provide as we know it today, but also the fruition of projects like my colleague Paul Butner has been working on for 5 years. We have giant garter snake. We have a number of other species that are close to or listed that really rely on rice fields. So it's not just ducks, it's not just salmon, it's really cool stuff like giant garter snakes, western pond turtles, and things like the greater sandhill crane. A lot of species that you might not associate with rice, but the species certainly are dependent on working rice lands, right? That ability to grow food, farm, but also provide this really great habitat with growers who are, as I'm sure you'll hear in the next times that you meet, very excited to be able to do this work. So with that, we conclude our comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments and want to just acknowledge the work here of reconnecting floodplains that we've disconnected, right? A lot of reconciling happening, but a real discussion and a lot of leadership, so I appreciate that. I guess my question is, you talked about kind of really thinking differently about kind of the hydrology of the rice fields and how, water moves down through them. As we contemplate and we think how, those flows then accrete into, say, the main stem of the Sacramento, which include, really important to your point, how do you get food production in, not just quantity, but quality, the quality of water there even being the food that's being produced off of it. How do we get to that landscape level sort of timing where, we are able to see how we leave more in by thinking of how water moves across properties, various folks. It's a very disparate, we know, kind of localized way in which we manage water that way, but I can't help to think, especially as we look at this project of increasing flows in that main stem, both quantity and quality, how we really start doing timing and coordination of activities at a landscape level that maybe lets us start doing more sooner than not. I'm just kind of wondering, and because there already is that, right? There's that channel to all of your property owners and folks in the industry that they're attuned to this right now, right? They're listening, they're wanting to know how they're contributing. Because yeah.
There is actually a wonderfully robust program in the Sacramento Valley that includes science community, UC Davis, NGOs, Caltrout, Ducks Unlimited, government agencies that are really excited about this idea of what can we do. And so as we look at individual species and individual projects, you should think about that in the context of the overall objective. And you'll hear something called floodplains forward. And it's this idea that the water districts have really implementing, which is how can we reconnect the flows from the Sacramento River to those floodplains. And that then does become a question of when, what timing, and what benefits each species. So over the course of your hearings and your workshops on this, you'll hear about that thing called floodplain forward. There are dozens of organizations that are working to maximize that benefit, reconnect everything from REDS in the Sacramento Valley that water districts are financing and putting in well beyond their intake, Two, notching weirs, right, so that we can get more water in the bypass areas, even when the water is not as high as it needs to be today. To salmon projects like Paul is talking about. And in the future, working on things, what are the specific species or habitat needs of things like giant garter snake? Where do those need to be? So I would say absolutely, Mr. Chair, there is a comprehensive, sometimes very difficult to understand all of the pieces that are going on, set of projects both on the infrastructure side, the rice industry side, and agency side with folks like NRCS, right, that are helping us not only fund the science that Paul talked about, but eventually a practice standard where our growers can go and sign up and say, hey, I'm in the bypass, I want to do the notched board thing, right? Or I'm on the other side of the bypass, I can't get fish there, but I can flood and drain my fields 3 times and provide all that zooplankton. So absolutely, and importantly, it goes back to the kind of ethos that the rice industry, the water districts, the farmers have had, that goes back to the early days when we stopped burning rice straw and partnered with who? Ducks Unlimited, right? And others to say, well, what can we do on the habitat side? What are some things that we can do to provide great habitat, decompose that rice straw that we shouldn't be burning, and make that benefit? So it really goes back to those formative days of over 30 years ago.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
It's always great to hear from the Rice Commission, Ducks Unlimited, all of you, and it just reminds me of how quickly things can move in this space. I remember the first time, hearing about these projects and just how with each report, the information's improved, the ideas, the creativity, and so it's just really exciting. It also reminds me of how you can turn a problem into a solution, because I was on the Air Resources Board when rice farmers were, really bemoaning the action by the local air district here to prohibit that burning. And so look what we have that's come of it. It's just a reminder that of the great things that can be done when you put your mind to it with a little regulatory push. And so my question, just a couple of quick questions, have to do with the salmon project, Mr. Butner, on tagging, the percentage of tagging that's going on, and a bit more of a sense on the spatial extent of these projects. How many acres, what are you aiming for, and how are you tying that back into, maybe adaptive management and monitoring as the program grows?
Well, thank you for that. So I mentioned we've been at this for about 5 years. That includes 4 years of intensive field work. All of that thus far has been with hatchery fish as surrogates, and we thank the state of California and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for those fish. And we do 2 types of tagging with those fish. We do simple pit tagging to understand what in-field survival is within the fields. We've done a lot of calculations with that. We see that roughly in-field survival is about 70%, which is very good, 60 to 70%. Oftentimes you lose 20% of those fish just putting them in the fields. And so that's great survival, in-field survival, and those acoustic tags that I mentioned, and by the way, you can actually see the surgery on the website, but it's very expensive, so we've done a more limited amount of acoustic tagging. We've done that for 3 years with the bulk of about just under $2 million spent on that effort as well. And so in the first year of the acoustic tagging, where we had most control, we were actually working on the dry side so we wouldn't be flooded out. And we actually had great out migration, about 4 times the fish that we raised in the rice fields, about 4 times as many made it out to the ocean than the fish we kept at the lab, right? And so we had a group of fish that did not experience floodplain growth versus a group of fish that did, and we released an equal number of those. I say we, all this work done by UC Davis. And in that year, which was a drought year, we had about 4 times as many of the rice field redfish making it out. One year, one study, certainly more needs to be done, right? Last year, which was a big flood year where a lot of groups of salmon make it out well, right? We saw about 30% of both groups make it out to the ocean. But, so outfield migration survival was good for pretty much any set of fish that you had tagged that year. So it's looking very promising. This year, we're going to do no tagging of fish this year. We're simply going to put 3 fields into the program, and we're going to count everything we can that comes out. Last year, we were not able to count all fish that came out of the fields. We found 389 wild salmon of 3 runs, including winter run and spring run, endangered and threatened. They were both out there using the fields. That was great. But because of that March flood event, we were not able to count all the fish on the way out because we had another flood in March. This year, we're going to try to count all the fish in 3 fields. It's going to be a tremendous amount of work done by UC Davis. We did estimate that we believe that the number of wild fish that we had in the 125-acre field we did last year was probably around 5,000 or 6,000 fish. Had we been able to count them all, which we didn't. And you asked about the extent. So this is really important to me. We have about 20,000 acres of rice in the bypass, right? These fish historically had many, many more acres than that, right? Before the system was plumbed for flood control and all that. So these are precious 20,000 acres, and we're going to do everything that we can to develop this practice and to make it clear to all those rice growers that they do manage these critically important lands, just 20,000 acres of our 500,000. And then, of course, we're going to expand that footprint significantly by pushing the fish food program as well. And the fish food program is quite a bit easier to do, and we're going to make sure that our industry understands the importance of these practices to help these fish.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Firestone.
Thank you. Really fascinating, and I think there's a ton we're learning. It's exciting, all the programs that you all are doing. We're seeing, obviously rice, it uses a huge amount of water in order to provide these really important habitat pieces, and especially flooding fields is going to be, is where if we're going to have to cut water use in the state, it's an opportunity to, one pressure is that rice is going to be an area that may be cut back, right? One of the first, because it has some of the most water, and if you shift out of rice, then you can still grow something for a lot less. And that creates a lot of economic pressure on the rice, the overall rice growth and the amount of acreage that we have in rice. I think we're going to see that. We already saw that in this last round of drought. A lot of rice fields fallow. There's increasingly conversion of land, and in the, whether it's in the in-stream flow alternatives, certainly we would expect rice acreage to fall in any of those scenarios or years. But even in a VA alternative, especially if folks are trying to buy water, I think one of the areas that people tend to look to is rice. And so just given that pressure, regardless of our future, even, the current climate change, VA, any of the alternatives that we have here, how can we be incorporating some kind of is there already, or it sounds like maybe this Floodplains Forward group, is there a way that we can incorporate in a program of implementation a more formal way to coordinate how that land, how the habitat and species, all the work that you're doing, certainly in those particular areas, but which rice fields get converted matters, and how they're managed through these critical years, that all matters. And yet, this is private property, and each property owner is trying to manage things differently. But if it were coordinated in a really strategic way, we could mitigate some of the impacts on wildlife, on both fish and fowl, and garter snakes and many others. And so is there already an effort that is coordinated to do that we could more formally and intentionally include in a plan of implementation the recognition of the importance of that? Certainly don't like recreating the wheel, but it's also nice to be able to have everyone in this working together in a coordinated way in the same place.
Outstanding question. A year ago, we met as an industry with our NGO partners and posed that same question, which is, what does the footprint of rice need to be in the Sacramento Valley, really to provide two things, right? Both of which are important to this board. First, our communities, right? We are rural in the Sacramento Valley, even places like Williams and Colusa, right? If you've ever been to Richvale and eaten at the cafe, it's about as Midwest as it gets, right? Those communities rely on rice, whether you're the crop duster or the cafe owner or the hardware store. And then the second piece of the question was, what is the footprint for rice? How many acres and where does that need to happen to provide this habitat? We actually are, I think in the next meeting we have will be the last meeting, working with a multidisciplinary group at UC Davis, right? People from the fish community, people from the waterfowl community, people from the agronomic community, economic professors as well, Dr. Dan Sumner, herpetologists, to try to answer that question of how many acres of rice, where does it need to be able to provide the habitat side of that equation. We know the Central Valley Joint Venture, of which a number of my colleagues sit on, actually has already established that we need 350,000 acres of rice to meet the objectives of the Central Valley Joint Venture. Right, that's just the waterfowl and waterbird side, but it doesn't take into account these other species that are either currently known or emerging. I'll have an answer from UC Davis of what that initial rice footprint should look like about a year from now. They indicate that they'll be able to pull together the literature search, be able to talk about that importance of working rice lands. I think it will be a second phase for this board that I would be able to stand up sometime after that and really be able to do a mapping overlay of where those acres need to be if you're focused on giant garter snake. What about a western pond turtle or salmon? So while we don't have the answer to that question today, it is one that is absolutely in front of us, and we are investing significant time and money. Because as you point out, there is not a scenario in front of us that doesn't look like more pressure on rice, right? And obviously, our focus is on, how do we maintain and enhance that habitat value of the rice, right? It's not just, are we going to grow rice and is it going to be on the shelf? In fact, it's almost not that at all from this board's perspective. It's about those communities, right? And it's about that habitat that will be gone if we don't have a rice industry, right? If we saw it in the drought, 250,000 acres of rice, 253,000 acres of rice last year, the least number of acres since the early 1950s. Half of the valley didn't grow rice. We almost didn't have an industry to come back to, right? The dryers, the crop dusters, right? All of the mills, the people that are in the business of agriculture. That's 70% of your community. And if there's no agriculture there, then there's no rice industry. And so that wholeness is important. That mass, can you have a rice industry? Well, I don't want to see us like the sugar beet industry in the Sacramento Valley. There is none, right? Because there's nobody to process it. So you can't have a sugar beet industry. So that is a question that we have coming up that we should be able to answer for you. But I think that the nugget of your question is the most important, which is that we look as a future in the Sacramento Valley and the decisions that you make and the decisions that we all make. We have to include the very real, significant, scientifically documented benefits of rice lands that are working and provide habitat. It's not like you're just not going to grow safflower. We go find safflower somewhere else. You don't grow rice, and you don't have the flyway. You don't grow rice, you don't have giant garter snake. So it's a big deal. It's a big question. So thank you for asking it, and we're doing our very best to answer that.
Thank you, board members, and thank you again to the panelists. Really appreciate the time and contributions here to the discussion. We're a little behind. We were going to do individual speakers and take a break and then get to the VA overview, but it is already 2 o'clock. So let's go ahead and go to our 5th panel, and then we'll just be able to start to get into comments thereafter, and just thank everyone for their patience that are holding on for individual comments. So I'd like to welcome up now our 5th panel then on the who will cover the VA overview. And I believe there's only about 4 folks that will actually speak on the panel, but I know a host of others that are available to answer questions. So go ahead and come on up. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having us here today. I'm going to kick it off, and then, like you said, there's a few speakers. First, we just want to thank you for the opportunity to come present in front of you. There'll be hopefully a number of other panels that get into more detail, but today we just really wanted to give an overview of the voluntary agreement, or Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal that we've been working on with the administration for several years now. We are really excited that you're at this point in the process. I think we agree it's taken a really long time. It's been challenging to get here, and we're really pleased that the board is moving forward with the process and the public review and vetting it in this way. With that, we'll go to the next slide. Just a reminder to the board and the public of all of the various parties who have signed on to the MOU for this program. We calculate it's about 90% of all of the water in the Delta watershed has essentially endorsed the MOU and is actively working in the development of the program and the process, and of course, along with a number of state agencies and the Bureau of Reclamation, all of us working collaboratively to advance this proposal. Next slide. Our goal through this process now is really to work collaboratively with you to advance this alternative, to answer the questions that you have, to make sure that the information you need to make a decision is available, that where there are concerns that we can work with you to address them. And to that end, we're also reviewing the staff report to make sure that the description and the analysis and how things are characterized is consistent with our understanding and what we proposed. So that will be the basis of our comments as we move through the process. But again, today is just about making sure you have a general understanding of what's being proposed and an opportunity to ask questions. Next slide. This is my favorite part of the voluntary agreement, Healthy Rivers. If you've ever talked to me about it, then you know. I am really excited about the governance proposal. It's something we worked collaboratively on for many years, and at the time, especially when the environmental organizations were part of the discussions, and I'm really proud of this component. We don't have a forum like this anywhere else in the system. As you know, probably better than anyone else, with climate change and whiplash hydrology and the need to be as nimble as possible in managing resources, we really need a forum where we can have dialogue about the trade-offs. There's trade-offs, of course, between consumptive uses and environmental uses. There's trade-offs between outflow and storage. And really what this governance group and program is meant to do is provide the forum for those discussions using the water and funding and habitat approaches that are proposed that you'll hear a little bit more about. We have documented in the proposal the way that we intend to build consensus. And that consensus is to be built across all of the parties. So it's very unique in that instead of having, for example, a group of regulatory agencies or just public water agencies or just environmental organizations, we are really looking forward to having a dialogue across all of the different interested parties. And despite the fact that at the moment we do not have tribal communities or many environmental organizations with us, the door is open and that invitation is open, and we recognize their expertise and hope that it will come into the program anytime, but hopefully, definitely by the time we are implementing. We are able to pool our resources. We're able to coordinate across watersheds. Of course, the State Water Project and the CVP are already pretty coordinated, but there's a number of other tributaries in the system that have their own operations. And even within the dialogue we've had to date in developing the governance program and the Healthy Rivers program, so much has been learned about how we can cooperate, how we can learn from each other, the habitat we do, the science we're doing. So again, just having this forum to really talk through trade-offs, opportunities, how we use resources together, how we coordinate flows across the watershed in a way that can then create a cumulative outflow are really important aspects of the program that really just, they're novel. I mean, we talk about them, but we're really actually making that happen.
I appreciate that. I just have to interject on the novel side of it. I believe that the Stanislaus Tuolumne Merced group on the phase one or lower San Joaquin components of the board's work, I think contemplates much the same thing. So I just wanted to maybe highlight a moment of parallel actually from what this board is discussing and proposing and maybe what you are as well.
Great. We need it. I think we should all agree to that for sure. Another important aspect is the reporting. It's one of the things we can recognize in the Delta watershed is oftentimes we're not even working from the same set of facts. So one of the objectives of the program is to really document each year, what did we do? What did we learn? What can we do better? And really start to get on the same page about that. And that would be an annual report. And then we anticipate a triennial report where I anticipate something very similar to this, where we're in front of the board, really helping the public understand, what's happened the last 3 years, more synthesis, really developing the record around what we did and what we learned so that we can start to get on the same page. That's really one of the major hurdles as I see it in the Delta watershed. And to do that, of course, we have our science and hypothesis testing, and that program is being really led by some of the DWR scientists who are really looking at what science are we already doing and what do we need to fill in the blanks, and how do we utilize existing programs. So I think and also coordinate science programs across different tributaries and watersheds. A lot of people are already doing science, but we're not necessarily talking to each other. We can do a lot better job of coordinating that, making sure we're being efficient with our science dollars, and also making sure that the voluntary agreement, Healthy Rivers dollars are being used to actually answer the management question so that we're continuing to advance towards a more certainty around some of the answers. And, we're never going to have full certainty. I mean, maybe some people think we will, but my opinion is the idea here and with science is to continue to get more and more certain, to continue to identify the questions you need to ask and answer, and then putting your resources, water and dollars, habitat, towards getting more clarity on that, all at the time that you're creating a forum where you can have that dialogue around the risks and trade-offs so that we make those decisions together and learn together and document together. And I think that is my last slide. And so from here, you're going to hear from each of the different tributaries, again, as an overview of what's included in the program. Thank you.
All right, I guess that'll move it on to me. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. It's great to be back here, seeing everybody face to face again, and really appreciate your time. And my name is Roger Cornwell. I'm the General Manager of Southern Mutual Water Company and also the Chair of the Sacramento River Settlement Contractors. And I'm going to be presenting on the Sacramento River and also the Feather due to the similarities of the program on both river systems. And as you can see, both between the two river systems, there's going to be 160,000 acre feet of water made available in the middle water year types. And one thing that really, to my mind, brings this to light is it becomes a dependable water source, for the environment. And we can all count on that on a yearly basis. It also fallows 35,000 acres of mostly ricelands in the valley here, which is unfortunate, but I think you've heard some earlier comments that there is a strategic plan being put together on how we can mitigate the impacts of that and move forward. And what I see really here is this also brings together the water users to contribute dollars to this program to make a dependable funding source to continue the science that you've heard talked about here today. And that's something that's been lacking as other plans have moved forward. It's really dependent on grant funding, and this is really becoming a dependable supply of money to continue all the critical science that needs to be done. We do have early implementation projects underway, and I'd really like to go on about those, but you'll hear more about those in a next panel, I think, in December, and that'll be something to really, it'd be great to hear about all these early implementation projects that are underway. And then reactivating the floodplain is something that is currently happening now, where we are, going in and working on floodplains and oxbows, creating more spawning gravel in the upper river. So all those projects are happening now as part of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program that we're developing. And really, I think I can't underscore this enough. This is really a holistic approach to the watersheds, and it's new, it's novel, and it's time to move forward on this. And it also, it's created by the watershed that helps. It's not a top-down program where here the watersheds are able to come up with their plans and bring those to light to be the most effective and efficient they can be. I would like to touch on one other slide, and I think it's important. And again, this is the holistic approach, and this is really looking at the entire life cycle of the salmon, where a lot of the projects and a lot of the plans that have happened before are very focused on a single point of a single life stage of the salmon. And you can see from all the dots on that map of all the programs that are going on that really take a better, more holistic approach and look at like I said, the entire life cycle, which to me is what's going to be the most meaningful part of this program, is looking at that entire life cycle and trying to fix the weakest link in the chain as you move forward. So with that, I will stop and turn it over to the next speaker.
Excellent. Thank you, Roger. My name is Michelle Bononis. I'm with the Regional Water Authority in the Sacramento Metropolitan Region. I'm going to try to quickly get through 4 of the tributaries, so I will try to do them justice in my very limited time here. Firstly, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Yuba Water Agency proposal for the Yuba River. So they'll be providing 50,000 acre feet in above normal, below normal, and dry water years, and that's supplemental to their accord flows and their Yuba River development operations, and also includes requirements specified in their board order. This will actually occur as a result of reoperation of New Bullard's Bar, and that will be operating to a September 30th storage level, which is actually 50,000 acre feet below the existing Yuba Accord September 30th storage target level. For non-flow measures, they'll be creating 50 acres of in-stream habitat and 100 acres of floodplain habitat. For funding, they'll be providing $1.187 in annual funding that will support habitat enhancement projects and the Yuba River Science Program. Next slide, please. On the American River, for flow, we'll be providing flows in above normal and below normal and dry and critically dry years. So this will include upstream reservoir operations in 3 above normal or below normal years to the tune of 10,000 acre feet.
We'll be providing groundwater replenishment in 3 dry or critical years to the tune of 30,000 acre feet, and that includes water from the Sacramento Regional Water Bank. And then we will also have an additional 3 dry years of providing water to the tune of 10,000 acre feet, and that will come from either of the sources that I already referenced. For non-flow actions, there'll be 100 acres of habitat, that's 25 acres of spawning and 75 acres of rearing in the lower American River. Just for what it's worth, we've already constructed about 51 acres of habitat since 2018, and that's actually already providing benefit. We also have over 1 million in estimated annual contributions based on annual diversions, and that's going to support habitat and flow. Next slide, please. For the McCollum, this proposal builds on the Joint Settlement Agreement partnership, which has been improving the McCollum fishery since 1998. So for flow, East Bay Mud is going to make additional releases from Comanche on top of existing requirements and D1641. The priority, of course, is going to be spring releases, but there'll be a smaller volume optionally reserved for fall attraction pulses. The expected net delta inflow contribution is 5,500 and 7,000 acre feet in dry, below normal, and above normal year types. To make sure that it's meeting its fair share of delta inflows, East Bay Mud is offering a financial backstop for any year type where modeling indicates that there would be a deficit. For non-flow, the proposal is going to add 25 new acres of floodplain habitat. 3 are already complete for early implementation, and 1 acre of juvenile in-stream rearing habitat. For funding, East Bay Mud is providing $10 an acre foot of water diverted and also committing $1.5 million for McCollum River habitat. All right. On the home stretch of having to listen to me. All right, so for flow, for reservoir reoperations, the Solano County Water Agency will be providing 6,000 to 7,000 acre feet of new in-stream flow in above normal, below normal, dry, and critical years. And that's in addition to their Poudre Creek Accord flow. For non-flow, they're providing 1.4 acres of improved spawning and rearing habitat, and that also includes maintaining their gravel scarification. They'll also be providing $2 per acre foot on water diverted to Poudre South Canal for science and habitat programs, and that's going to enable them to continue their Poudre Creek habitat and science program and enhance Poudre Creek monitoring. And we will move on to the next.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Michael Cook. I'm the Director of Water Resources and Regulatory Affairs for Turlock Irrigation District. I'm here representing the partners on the Tuolumne, which is Turlock Irrigation District, Modesto Irrigation District, and the City and County of San Francisco through their Public Utilities Commission. 3 things for the Tuolumne: habitat, flow, and funding. We're proposing 77 acres of newly constructed floodplain habitat, which will be inundated at the flows proposed by the voluntary agreement. Over 100,000 tons of new gravel to be put in the gravel-bedded reaches of the Tuolumne above River Mile 24, but primarily focused in the upper spawning reaches. And then in the term sheet for the MOU, you'll see a number of the projects that we are proposing, so they're available for everybody's review. Our flow contributions, we're proposing additional flows in all water year types, and importantly, this is additional water above the minimum flows we're required to release out of Don Pedro to comply with our license for Don Pedro from FERC. So these are additional flows above the minimum flows required, all water year types. So you see in critical years, 86,000 acre feet, dry 140,000, below normal 127. You get the picture. Just to note in the parentheses, those numbers there, those are when we get into multi-year droughts. Those commitments will reduce, but will still be additional flow above our minimum requirements right now. So again, additional flow in all water year types, even in a multi-year drought. And again, the term sheet is available for those who want to see that information in more detail. And finally, this whole program is self-funded. We're not asking for any state or federal funding. This will be funded by the 3 partners on the Tuolumne through their own local funds. So that's the Tuolumne. Thank you very much. Next slide is Brian. You want me to do that? So let me do the Bryant. I love Fresno. It's a great place. So dry below normal and above normal years under the existing settlement agreement, reclamation would reduce recapture of restoration flows to achieve a delta outflow of 50,000 acre feet between February and May. So pretty straightforward there.
Next slide. Federico Barajas, nice to see you all here. The Executive Director for the San Luis and Delta Medola Water Authority. And as you can see from the panel, the different contributions to outflow are real. And one of the things that is pretty tangible demonstration of the commitment that you see from the public water agencies, not only on the state, but the federal side. And it's all in the interest and spirit of creating additional delta outflow. And in addition to the contributions that were just described by each one of the presenters here, there will also be an additional export reduction to be able to contribute to outflows. In addition, there would be an establishment of a water purchase program to promote the delta outflow contribution as an additional measure and component to providing for that. Part of what you see here in the slide is an importation of 3 components. You have 5,500 acres of tidal wetland restoration. This is property that is already owned by the state that is a prime location and destinations for the highest likelihood of success for habitat development. And one of the things you continue to hear throughout the VA proposals is this combination of ensuring that there is not only flow, but habitat development associated with this. And this would be the manifestation of that delta restoration, where you create that habitat based on the prime locations that have been identified. Critically important to the establishment of the habitat areas for the restoration is the monitoring component associated with that. Making sure that we're learning in the process of creating the habitat and that we're providing the conducive environment that is going to be lending itself for that specific goal. One of the specific things that we're looking at is the interaction with flow and habitat. And we want to be able to take into consideration the scientific basis report analysis and some of the information that was embedded in there to make sure that we go through this 8-year process in a way that is going to be educational for everyone. We want to be able to learn, and we want to be able to answer the right questions during this 8-year process and be able to not only implement something, but learn from the implementation and adapt accordingly. The combined outflow from throughout the watershed is critically important. We're talking about up to 700,000 acre feet of water for outflow in dry, below normal, and above normal years. And the science basis report shows substantial improvements in fish abundance. You look at the analysis that has been provided, and we can see the monitoring and research is going to be key to learning from that process. And so the interaction with the landscapes is going to be indispensable. And as you can see at the last component here is funding contributions that would be coming. Both the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project diversions would incorporate a $10 fee collection to be able to fund the program. So we're talking about a manifestation of a real program by providing funding contributions to it. That concludes my remark.
Thank you, Mr. Barajas. Does that
That's our
concludes
panel.
your
Thank
panel?
you today. Yeah.
Really appreciate everyone's time and contributions amongst this. Just to touch on something you said, Mr. Barajas, and I completely agree when it comes to the importance of the science and the monitoring and the way it allows for a feedback loop into actually better decision-making and better policy. I'll be candid, for me, looking at the history here of our discussion and engagement in the Delta, my greatest fear is that we just kind of have a CalFed 2.0. And the reality is that the spirit of a lot of this discussion was alive in the mid-90s when we were last updating the Bay Delta Plan at the Delta Accord, and we were gonna, learn, and we're gonna try some things, we're gonna put some money on the table. How are you feeling we best keep ourselves honest there around some of that work and how we ensure that the science and monitoring programs do make sure that we're going to something more. Because I will say that there are things out there like the Interagency Ecological Program, and already a lot of robust kind of monitoring discussion, I think, of the Delta Stewardship Council. And what I want to make sure we see is a bridging amongst all of it, and not just another recreation of something that, again, I think we all in spirit have all heard before.
Could agree with you more. I think you would have a resounding support on your statements from many on the Public Water Agency side. We're not throwing money just for the sake of throwing money at something once more. I think the fact that we have a timeline associated with this is a key driver and a key distinction to the process. And the fact that everybody's going to be held accountable to the progress that is made, this monitoring and the ability to adapt as we learn through it has an expiration date. And I think we're all going to be inspired to ensure that there's accountability associated with that investment and with the monitoring and research that goes with it.
Thank you for that. Really appreciate that.
Do you mind if I add?
Not
I
at
think
all. Please.
the Delta, I think, has been cited as being one of the most heavily monitored watersheds in the United States, and that's true. And we are spending probably hundreds of millions of dollars. Just the projects alone spend over $100 million a year on monitoring in the watershed. And there's a lot of data. There's not as much synthesis. And I think that's where we have not fully invested. There's a need to actually take that data and document it, to ask questions with it, to synthesize it, report it, and go from there. I think we, in the last 15 years, really just got to a place where we need to start publishing things. I mean, a lot of what IEP does, for example, is never published, is data. So I think what we're trying to do is create this reporting requirement and mechanism that requires us to actually take the data and talk about it. What does it mean? So I do think that is a new piece that's being proposed here. I think a lot of other major strides that have been made in a number of different forums is what's called structured decision-making, which was really advanced by the Fish and Wildlife Service, mostly from the East Coast, and we're finally getting it here. But in a number of different forums, really exercising kind of this collaborative approach to talking through opinions, perspectives, data-informed perspectives, of course, and identifying where are we aligning, where are we not, what are the kind of the spectrum of certainty and uncertainty. So you're right. I think we've always said we need to monitor, but it's actually more than monitoring. I think that's probably an unfortunate shorthand that we're all using. When we say monitoring, what we're talking about is actually using data to inform decisions. And right now we have data, but I think we have a lot more to do to use it to actually inform decisions in a structured way. And I think there's been a lot of work that can inform this program, that's been done in other forums.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I'll emphasize, I said monitoring and science. And I think that, it's that science part and the integration of a scientific process and policy making that I think we're really best trying to integrate. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for being here today. Obviously, an incredibly complex watershed. Haven't had the answers clearly articulated for many decades, and just encouraging to hear about all the efforts from all the groups that have been here in terms of trying to identify solutions to these problems. And so you're here, went over some of the nuts and bolts and some of the details of the different tributary commitments, and I know some of the remaining details are to be figured out yet still. But one area that I'm trying to understand a little bit better is the flexibility in the flows, and there was some references to that in the presentation, so I just wanted to follow up on that. So in terms of timing, when flows can be shifted, where it makes sense, from a spring flow to a fall attraction flow, or to shift flows for better management of temperature issues in a given tributary. Can you just talk about your vision for how that would work functionally, and how we might consider that? It's just an area that I've been trying to understand a little bit better.
I think individual tribs could answer this, but in the strategic plan, what we've done is we have for each tributary a default flow, which is primarily focused in the springtime. So it's a single number, and it's basically what you saw in this presentation. And then for each default flow, there's a range around it. So what we're contemplating is that as part of the approval, if that happens, we would be kind of adopting those ranges. So that gives the governance body an ability to have some flexibility around those strict numbers so that we can have a dialogue about trade-offs or, shifting within that. But those are tighter than I would like to see them, because like you're saying, shifting from one season to a next, for example, and I think we have some work to do to figure out what the process would be for ensuring that if as a group collaboratively we're saying this would make sense to actually, modify in a way that wasn't described in that kind of default range, how we do that. So that's, I think, an area of active discussion, but one we're interested in.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thank you. I think I really share the hope and vision that we're all able to work collaboratively to make decisions, and that it's really an open the vision that you articulated in the governance slide, and I think the intention with the governance approach that you all have laid out is to be really inclusive, but it hasn't been yet. And both the formation of it to date and the current parties that are part of developing all of these strategic plans and accounting and all of these things is still not. And so I think I'm interested, as we talk about collaborative decision makings, science spaces, making transparent decisions that are informed by science and data. We heard a lot this morning from tribal and EJ groups, and I think a good articulation helpful articulation for me of traditional ecological knowledge is not just something that you ask tribes to say, hey, is there some knowledge you can give us and we'll take it and use it, that it's really creating a seat within that decision-making collaborative process that's meaningful and ongoing collaboration. And we're far from that right now. I mean, we're trying to work through this within our process. This is a public process. We've done a lot of work, and we are going to continue to do a lot of work to sit down and talk with tribes to develop that ongoing relationship and consultation ourselves as an agency. But it's a lot of work and time, and especially going from a place where it hasn't existed, or even where it's felt purposely exclusionary to folks, it's a lot harder to just say, oh, the door's open, come on in. And so I'm interested in how, to me, what I heard this morning, and I think what I, have understood from you, Jennifer, and others, is that, all of this is, I don't know that there's more of a challenge than what we're trying to do with this Bay Delta plan in terms of the outcomes we're trying to achieve and the complexity of it. And there's so many pieces that have to be coordinated and understood better, and decisions that are made about how things are done on so many different levels across so many tributaries, habitat projects, outflow operations, all of these things. So do you have yet or see a pathway or process forward for creating that kind of different, more collaborative and I think more genuine collaborative approach that can be built into this? And how are you all looking at being able to get there?
Okay, I'll go again. Sorry. So I wasn't here this morning. I will go back and listen. I am very serious about wanting the inclusion of that knowledge and also the expertise. And along the way, I have personally reached out to people that had, for example, science expertise when we started to develop the science plan. I will take responsibility for botched invitations to the process, but I will also say that we've left voting seats in the governance open. We haven't completed the governance plan because we didn't want to until they were at the table to help us really finalize it. To the extent that this board or others can help in bridging that, I would appreciate it, because I think we're very serious about including all voices, even amongst us in working through the development of the program. We have learned so much from each other. And I think that that just speaks to how much more can be learned by bringing in even more perspectives to the dialogue and why it is so important that we have that table. So, you know, I'm not going to pat myself on the back. We haven't succeeded in this area. It's at this point aspirational, but we need help. And it is historically been an issue, and it's something we all need to address, and we're trying to figure that out. The governance has been modeled off of other watersheds. So it's something new for the Delta, but we have been engaging a consultant who's developed similar programs with multiple tribal, federal, state, and local governments on other river and watersheds in the United States and in North America. So we have tried to create a governance program that has at least some examples of functioning in other places. But you're right, we have this kind of open thing we need to figure out how to solve. So, you know, I think I'd certainly welcome your expertise on that and others of how we actually kind of heal, I guess, some of the, you know, concerns and really integrate those perspectives into the planning program. Because what's going to happen is we all learn from each other and we just do better and we understand. I mean, we've experienced this, like, we think you should operate McKellamie like this. And they say, well, wait a minute, we've got this constraint or that constraint, but we've got this opportunity over here. And that kind of dialogue is invaluable. We don't have that. That's the purpose of this governance. So again, additional perspectives of opportunities and constraints and learning together is, in my opinion, one of the best things about the program we put together. So please help. Thanks.
If I could just add one thing. Hello, my name is Alice Chewy. I'm with the East Bay Municipal Utility District, so I'm here representing the McCallamy in case you have questions about the McCallamy. Small river, but mighty. So I agree. I mean, and I think one thing that's exciting about this program is, you know, we've been talking a lot about the system-wide governance. I also want to stress that at the tributary level, we also, you know, each tributary is also going to have a process internally for making decisions. For the McCallamy, we're building on our joint settlement agreement partnership that's been working since, I think, 1998. So that's a partnership with CDFW, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, NIMS is involved, and we do have our McCallamy River Technical Advisory Committee that does include NGOs, local landowners, other water interests. We have begun doing tribal engagement. We know we need to do more. We know we need to do better. But I just want to make that point as well, that in addition to the system-wide governance, I think all of the tribs are also open to having those more localized discussions for the folks who are actually in those specific watersheds on how we can work together and just increase, you know, and just maximize benefits for everyone.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And I think there'll be a lot more work and dialogue ahead, and I appreciate the intentionality there. The other question I have is one of the things that was included in the staff report was the need to protect, like, you know, the water on which the VA amounts sit, basically, and not using the right terminology, but, and I'm wondering how the VA parties are looking at that. If that's, it seems to me important to include if we're gonna see the kinds of outcomes that we're hoping to see, and make those blocks of water have the impact that they're supposed to have. And I'm just want to understand how you're looking at that provision.
So each one of the tributaries obviously has a commitment embedded in there as part of the overall process for the VA implementation. And we're looking at ensuring that each one of those flow commitments by tributary is clearly accounted for as value added and in addition to. And so that's what yields the type of outcome and outflow that we're all pursuing collectively as part of the program. I think one of the great compliments to this process is that you basically have the regulatory regime for operating the projects, and then in addition to that, you have this program that enables a distinction, but yet a complement and supplement to the underlying goal of ensuring that you have operational regimes for the projects, but then have a distinguished and accountable system to ensure that that outflow desire and interest is going to be there. And so I think that's how we're looking at it from you know, the project's perspective, from the Public Water Agency's perspective.
can I add to that as well? So, I think, Federico was kind of referring to the broader, kind of more global perspective. Let me give a little example, maybe on the American, for example. We've really been thinking through, how do we account for flows? How do these actually materialize? How do we make sure that, like, for example, in our instance, because Reclamation operates Folsom Dam, how are they going to make those flow releases for a pulse? And we make sure that we replenish those releases. We've been working on that for about 2 years now, really digging in with our state and federal partners to make sure that that's going to happen. We've been partnering with our local agencies to make sure that that's going to happen, putting it into accounting protocols, keeping a running ledger, keeping real-time operational groups going. So there's obviously what's going on with the system-wide governance perspective of this, but then on a local tributary specific scale, we've also got methods that we're proposing in place to be sure that we're tracking and keeping on the ball. I think, as far as protection of flows beyond our tributary, I think we would certainly, look to the board to try to help us ensure that those flows are protected moving out of our tributary.
Yeah, the question of how to protect any of the assets as part of this, project and discussion into outflow is going to be still a big question, I think, for us. Vice Chair.
At the risk of opening up a whole nother subject, and I want to keep this question short, and please, if you could just keep your answers, just very general and high level on this, because I know we want to get to public comment. But I can't help but ask about some information that's in the staff report. There's a number of modules that are contained in the staff report. And I suspect you all will be providing specific written comment on this, but just do want to take this as an opportunity to hear from you, just very high level. As I review them, I'd be looking for areas where they could be complementary to the VAs, but would be looking for your comment and others as to, how, where they may actually interfere. And so looking for some suggestions here as we read through the staff report, and look forward to your comments.
So first of all, we're coordinating to the best of our ability to ensure that we have the resource allocation that it deserves, given the volume of the document. But I think we're also very interested in general categories like how do we complement each other in many respects, and that is one area that we want to be able to eagerly address. At the same time, we want to be able to extend our appreciation for the extension of the review period, because that's going to make a difference in us doing justice to the review as well.
I'll just add that I think it was 2018 and 19 that about 15 of us or more worked every day, including Saturday and Sunday, to put this proposal together. It's meant to be balancing, fallowing, the ability to sustain collection of funding, the type of habitat that can be done where, flows that can be made available right away, which is one of the huge benefits of the program we haven't talked about because it's being, done voluntarily. So as we look at the modular alternatives, perhaps there could be modules that could be complementary without a disruption to the program. But I think there are certainly some modules that you'll be hearing more about from us that we think could be pretty disruptive to what we consider a pretty delicate balance of the pieces that have come together into this program. And, again, it's a large document, and we're trying to coordinate amongst ourselves and make sure we're consistent and clear about where there's, real concerns about that. But I think that there are certainly going to be things raised by us about where we think some of the modules just are, potentially undermining the ability for the VA to truly be implemented by the parties who are coming to the table, with these proposals.
Sorry, that's helpful. I just want to make sure, I think the question I was trying to ask was specific on that, on the module on protecting VA flows. So have the VA parties taken or have you already analyzed to take a position on that? Or that's one of the many things that, I'm sure we will be getting lots of.
We will have a position on it, but I don't think we're ready to speak to it today.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, board members, and thank you, panelists, importantly. Really appreciate being here, taking our questions and the engagement. I know there'll be a lot more engagement as we continue this critical discussion. Thank you. Let's move to our individual commenters. And here I will first take folks in the room, if folks joining virtually don't mind, to be able to hold on a bit. And I think first I'm just organizing these now, whether it's an in-person request or not. So I'll just go first here with Jamie Johansson, who will be followed by John Armstrong, and then Wyatt Moore. You'll have to, sorry, there's a button at the top and then a green light, and you should be good to go.
All right.
All right.
Thank you. My name is Jamie Johansson, and I serve as president of the California Farm Bureau. California Farm Bureau would like to thank the board and its staff for the enormous effort that brought us to this milestone today. And we commend Governor Newsom for support and leadership on the voluntary agreement process. We believe the Healthy Rivers alternative is the best option for supporting the ecosystems and people who all rely on California's Bay Delta watershed. It's reasonable, comprehensive approach that balances essential and competing beneficial users of water. There's broad consensus that only dictating more water to fish isn't enough to support healthy fish populations. They also need habitat and other conditions to thrive. And we know that it would come at a large cost to the farms and cities who already rely on that water. Instead, the Healthy Rivers alternative provides more water for fish when and where they can most benefit from it, and would also create the habitat and other conditions they need to live and reproduce successfully. For too many years, every fraction in California water has relied on its own science. The Healthy Rivers alternative also includes a sorely needed shared science program that we collectively could base our management decisions on. If the science shows that the Healthy Rivers isn't working as we expected, we can change course. This alternative allows for that. Importantly, this alternative also has buy-in and support from public agencies, farmers, and communities who have harnessed the water supplies in the watershed to help grow California to the 4th largest economy and most productive agricultural state in the world. They know that in order for our state to continue thriving as the world's agricultural leader, the fish need to thrive too. All of these things set the Healthy Rivers alternative apart from the unimpaired flows option and make it the clear choice for all parties who rely on the Bay Delta's resources. Thank you for your time and all your effort into this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Johansson. Next, I'd like to call up John Armstrong, if they're in the room, be followed by Wyatt Moore, James Dunlap, apologies, small, Jonah Lee Dunn, or Nancy Arbuckle. None of those. You are, would you like to provide comment? Oh. I think out of that group of folks that I just called, you may be the only one. Yes, okay. Sorry, Miss Arbuckle. Good afternoon. Yes, I can. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. And I did have one slide. I don't know. Okay, good. You can put it up whenever. Okay. So thank you. I'm Jonna Lee Dunn, and today I want to emphasize why I firmly believe that the agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes are the right course of action. More than a decade ago, I transitioned from being a policy analyst at the California Department of Food and Agriculture, and I leapt into farming full-time. I had saved every penny, about 60 acres of farm bare ground in Dunnigan, California, and I planted 60 acres of almonds and contributed to the growth of Henderson Farms, our family's farming operation management company. The picture you have is all of our employees there, and I assure you we're better at farming than taking group photos, because it's not great. Today, Henderson Farms employs 46 year-round employees, and the decisions that we make impact their lives every day. Our communities in Arbuckle and Dunnigan, as well as those around us, rely heavily on water allocations from Shasta Dam. These allocations support groundwater recharge, provide habitat for waterfowl, and irrigate our cropland, which supports the jobs of the majority. In fact, I think Tim said 70% of the people in our communities. If the board chooses unimpaired flows, our surface allocations may be reduced to zero in many years, and our communities, the waterfowl habitat, and domestic well users will suffer greatly. The Dunnigan Water District, orchards in both Dunnigan and Colusa, but specifically in Dunnigan, in line with Sigma goals, has successfully recharged 2,200 acre-feet of water just in the last water year alone. Collaborating with many various entities, including your board, Department of Water Resources, California Department of Fish and Game, and the Nature Conservancy, we've gained statewide recognition for this program, providing that local solutions can be effective and that your trust in us through Sigma to develop those solutions was not misplaced. Okay, in a recent book by Stephen M. R. Covey, he outlines two different styles of leadership for affecting change. One way is trust and inspire, and the other is command and control. To me, Sigma embodies a leadership of trust and inspire, setting clear goals, setting deadlines, having accountability, while allowing water agencies and districts and landowners to work together to create local solutions and partnerships, many of which more I learned about just today. I knew about a bunch, but I heard a lot more today, which is encouraging. The agreements to support healthy rivers and landscapes align with this approach, also fostering lasting partnerships. On the other hand, unimpaired flows represents a command and control style. While it might seem effective on the surface, can this type of action truly produce meaningful change? If trust is eroded and there's little buy-in from districts and water users to be part of the solution, can that truly lead to lasting results? I know that solutions aren't easy, but I urge you to adopt decisions like Sigma that lean toward trust and inspire, recognizing that building trust and inspiring collaboration will lead to the most sustainable and meaningful outcomes. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for yours, Ms. Dunn. Really appreciate your contribution today. Next, I'd like to call up Nancy Arbuckle, and if not, and Brenda Bass. All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am Brenda Bass, a policy advocate with the California Chamber of Commerce. Cal Chamber is the largest broad-based business advocacy group in California, representing businesses small and large throughout the state. Our members and businesses generally depend on a reliable and sustainable water supply to help create opportunity, innovation, and jobs across the state. We appreciate the opportunity to comment today. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the board staff for their hard work on a very technical and difficult task. Including the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Agreements, formerly known as the voluntary agreements, is crucial to ensuring that California's water supply will be managed in a way that supports the many diverse needs of the Bay Delta system, including the economy, agriculture, and the environment. Since Governor Newsom convened stakeholders to develop agreements that provide additional water flow, habitat restoration, and water supply predictability, Cal Chamber has eagerly awaited the State Water Board's inclusion of these agreements in the Bay Delta Plan. Since about 2/3 of the state's water flows through the Bay Delta region, policy set here impacts the entirety of the state. Businesses are increasingly concerned about water insecurity and rising water rates, each of which compound other factors that are making California less affordable to the average person. Imposing unimpaired flow requirements would only serve to make these problems worse by creating additional scarcity. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes alternative proposes a way to meet environmental needs and the needs of our community and economy. The agreements use both flow and non-flow measures that help support native species and the environment, and also create a governance structure that oversees implementation and assists in decision-making. The governance structure encourages conversation, collaboration, and rapid response to changing conditions. In addition, the more reasonable flow measures assist in ensuring that water users of all types can better predict water availability and plan accordingly. For example, developers can better model water availability to serve new housing developments, which are legally required to provide proof that water will exist to actually serve those developments. Also, as we've heard today, agricultural businesses can better plan for the appropriate acreage to plant, and this increased certainty helps support the related businesses. In short, the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes alternative supports both the environment and the economy, and both of these are crucial to life in California today and in the future. So for these reasons, Cal Chamber supports the inclusion of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes agreements in the Phase 2 of the Bay Delta Plan update. This will help keep water affordable and readily available. And again, we thank board staff and you for your time and work on this issue, and Governor Newsom for his leadership on this area. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bass. Appreciate your contributions today and your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Dan Batcher. Will be followed by Robin Durston and then Catherine Horcade. And if none of those individuals are here present in person, then next would be Katie Wagner, Jacob Evans, and then we start getting to what I have here for virtual commenters. So if anyone is here in person and looking to comment and you have not yet, there is a tablet on the side here, or you can talk to the clerk of the board as well.
Great. Hi, this is Katie Wagner. I'm with Sierra Club California. And first of all, we stand with the California Association of Professional Scientists and their call for fair pay and better working standards. Not paying a scientist equitably sends a really dangerous message to the public about our values, as science is constantly under attack by special interests. So just want to acknowledge them. The Water Board should not consider the voluntary agreement proposal as a valid alternative to updating the Bay Delta Plan. The VAs are not scientifically backed and fail to provide adequate freshwater flows to improve conditions for fish, water quality, and public health. Rebranding them as the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Agreement does not actually make rivers healthier. The Water Board should adopt an unimpaired flow standard of 65% on the Sacramento River in order to provide for recovery and viability of imperiled species. A 55% unimpaired flow standard is insufficient to meet these goals. The Water Board should incorporate TBUs and traditional ecological knowledge into the updated framework, including providing staff recommendations for adoption and implementation of TBUs. We heard in the fifth panel that the VA signatories take responsibility for batching the invitations to tribes and called collaboration aspirational, and admitted that they did not even attend the EJ or tribal presentations this morning. Engagement does not seem like a priority for them, and maybe they need some help. For over 10 years, the governor has failed to deliver on promises to produce a VA that addresses the issues facing the Bay Delta. With a series of VA frameworks has been released in the past 5 years, none of these were complete or enforceable agreements, and all lacked basic essential details. The March VA is no different than prior attempts. This proposal is driven by special interest. Claims that non-flow habitat can substitute for flows are not supported by the best available science. Temperature management is not included in the voluntary agreement. The board's 2018 framework proposed setting carryover storage targets for reservoirs in order to maintain cold water habitats. Similar requirements are noticeably absent from the VA framework. The board should move forward with the Bay Delta Plan update process without the VAs, especially considering the compounded effects of today's decision to certify sites EIR just 2 weeks after giving the public access to the documents, which will emit 362 million tons of carbon dioxide per year and allow proponents to scalp water for profit during drought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jacob Evans. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm Jacob Evans with Sierra Club California as well. First, I'd like to express solidarity with the California Association of Professional Scientists outside and their call for fair pay and better working standards. And second, I'd like to briefly share a few points in response to the proposed voluntary agreements, echoing Katie as well. The Water Board should not consider the voluntary agreement proposal as a valid alternative to updating the Bay Delta Plan. The VAs are not scientifically backed and fail to provide adequate freshwater flows to improve conditions for fish, water quality, and public health. The voluntary agreements were negotiated through an exclusionary process and only stalled the board's process to update the Bay Delta Plan. The VAs are a backroom deal negotiated between water agencies in a state without input from tribes, Delta communities, or EJ environmental or fishing groups, all of whom will be affected if the Water Board capitulates to their requests. This deal has been driven by special interests, and the Water Board should not legitimize it. The Water Board should adopt an unimpaired flow standard of 65% on the Sacramento River to provide for the recovery and viability of imperiled species. A 55% unimpaired flow standard is insufficient to meet these goals. The Water Board should incorporate tribal beneficial uses TBUs into the updated framework, including providing staff recommendations for the adoption and implementation of TBUs. The VA ignores the board's established salmon doubling goal and instead proposes an inadequate alternative. The VA proposes to restore 25% of the habitat thought to be necessary to support the attainment of the existing salmon doubling goal. Even if this is achieved on its face, establishing 25% of the estimated habitat needed to reach the doubling goal is not even close to meeting the actual goal of doubling salmon populations. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Now, and appreciate everyone's patience, we'll go to folks that are looking to comment virtually here. And actually, first, I'll go to Nancy Arbuckle, who was actually on the platform and not in person here. So, Ms. Arbuckle, you can kick us off here. Good to see you. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nancy Arbuckle. I live in San Francisco. I don't live in Arbuckle, California, although I've been there. I'm a member of the public. I've been here since 9:30 this morning, and it's a measure of how much I care about this issue that I've stayed here all day listening to all the panels and all the comments. I feel I have to remind you that is us, the public that you serve. I'm afraid that the voices of the irrigation districts and the water agencies and Big Ag, with their armies of paid lobbyists and their millions of campaign donations and their time-wasting, non-scientific VAs, or healthy whatever they want to call them now, are louder. Their voices are louder than mine and those of tribal and environmental justice communities. As a citizen and a voter, I have to ask, why are you giving 80% of our precious water to Big Ag and an industry that represents just 2% of our economy? So I want to ask you to turn down the volume on the self-interested parties, the irrigation districts, the water agencies, the rice farmers, and turn up the volume of the voices of the people like me and the tribal voices, people who care deeply about our state and our environment. Serving the public interest is your sacred duty. You have been called to represent legality and experience, not political expediency. You, the Water Board, are not here to do what you are told by those with political ambitions. Please do your job as a Water Board to protect and restore California's salmon runs. Imagine your future self thinking about having made the right decision. Imagine how you will feel, having acted courageously, having protected tribal lands and water rights from further loss and degradation and desecration, having stopped saltwater incursion into our drinking water, having revived our fisheries, having saved our salmon-based ecosystem, having acted as members of the supposedly independent regulatory agency that you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Arbuckle. Appreciate your patience and contributing here to the discussion today. Really appreciate your words. Next, I'd like to call up, I'm going to start to go in order of received here, but I do see Jeff Brown, your hand up. So let me go to Dave Warner, and then Jeff, we can go to you, and would like to try to just keep good order and call folks and not have too many people raising their hands. So first we'll go to Dave Warner, and then we'll go to Jeff Brown.
Oh, hi. I have some slides. Oh, there they are. Cool. Hey, I'm Dave Warner, a longtime California resident, concerned about our water use and its impact on our precious ecosystems. Thank you for your service, and thank you for these hearings. There's a big unintended consequence of the Bay Delta Plan's voluntary agreement process. Proposed VAs are adding a lot of delay to providing benefits to the ecosystem. Let me use the Tuolumne River VA as an example. Next slide, please. This slide shows how robust salmon runs have been on the Tuolumne, even as recently as the year 2000. But in the last 20 years, counts have plummeted with no sign of recovery. This is our problem. The plight of this precious natural resource is in our hands. Next slide, please. This slide shows salmon counts on the Tuolumne for just the last 23 years and overlays major actions taken to address the crisis, starting with the Delta Reform Act passed by the state in 2009. The last major action was you, the Water Board, adopting phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan in 2018. 5 years later, almost to the day, I think, there's still no benefit to the Tuolumne ecosystem as we're mired in the voluntary agreement process. The proposed Tuolumne VA is missing fundamental components to the Bay Delta Plan, such as adaptive management feature that gives confidence that the ecosystem will still recover even if the original proposed terms don't work out. Another example, the proposed Tuolumne VA doesn't address the Delta salinity issue. Once it is found that the VA isn't sufficient, what then? The Tuolumne VA gets modified and then we go through the process all over again? And then the lawsuits are still outstanding. When we eventually say enough is enough with the VA attempts, will we still spend more years in court? And likely the phase 2 proposed VAs will follow the same laborious path? I understand that the phase 2 proposed VAs are even weaker than the proposed Tuolumne VA. Given how weak the Tuolumne and the other VAs are, it seems like the water agencies, including the SFPUC, are using VAs as a delay tactic, as opposed to acting in good faith. If the water agencies really have better solutions for the ecosystems, why haven't they been implemented back starting in 18 rather than just taking token actions? Between VA reviews and lawsuits, it could be another decade or more before there's any favorable impact to the ecosystem. Do you have a vision for how the Bay Delta Plan ultimately gets resolved if the parties don't agree? How many years away is that? The ecosystem likely can't wait much longer. My vote is to clear these VAs as expeditiously as possible, which I think you're doing, be done with that process, implement phase 1 and phase 2 as quickly as possible, and we suffer the water agency lawsuits with strong public support on the side of the ecosystem. The voluntary agreement idea was good in concept, but in practice, it is translated into delays the ecosystem can hardly afford. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Next, we'll go to Jeff Brown and then go back to the list here, and we'll have Calvin Collins and then Samantha Little go next. Mr. Brown.
Yes, board members, thank you for hearing my comments. I am Jeff Brown, a retired NASA research scientist and a Bay Area resident since 1981. The San Francisco Bay Delta system has existed for roughly 10,000 years, but in only the last 200, it has been gravely endangered with pollution, infill, river damming, and the massive and ongoing diversion of its natural inflows, which in turn has led to higher water temperatures, proliferation of invasive, often predatory species, and greatly reduced fish survival rates. Now you are asked to entertain proposals and options for reversing this harm. As you do, please look at the Bay Delta as a single heart-like organ circulating vital nutrients through a much larger ecological body, with its resident flora and fauna, its migrating fish and birds, and most critically, its freshwater flows. This isn't mere analogy, it's how the Delta system functions. When you review proposals that allow for reduced inflows to the Bay Delta, vastly below the natural unimpeded levels, ask yourself how the human body typically fares when blood flow to the heart is similarly restricted. When you think about maintaining a few degrees rise in river and delta water temperature, consider the health implications of a similar sustained rise in human body temperature. When you weigh potential economic versus ecological harms that might result from increasing or decreasing inflows, respectively, remember that economies regularly go through decline and recovery cycles. Whole species and ecosystems do not. Furthermore, human effort and innovation have repeatedly been shown capable of repairing economies, but it is sheer hubris to suggest that they can fix nature. With regard to so-called voluntary agreements, please consider the abject failure such agreements crafted at the UN Global Climate Summits have had in reducing carbon emissions. Voluntary agreements are at best misguided attempts at expediency in an effort to, quote, do something, unquote. But too often, they are just cynical ploys by the big political and economic beneficiaries of the current order to maintain the status quo. But the status quo, the way and trends of the last 200 years, is not maintainable. You have an extraordinary responsibility and an even more extraordinary opportunity to promote the revitalization of the highly endangered San Francisco Bay Delta system and to leave a legacy of promise for a healthy Bay Delta far into the future. The key to this is and has always been to ensure that to the maximum extent possible, the cool, fresh water that nature provides to the Bay Delta watershed stays in and flows through the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Appreciate your comments and engagement in this project and work. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Calvin Collins, who'll be followed by Sam Little, and then Heinrich Albert. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Calvin Collins, and I'm a climate water advocate from Restore the Delta. I'm here today to comment on the draft staff report for the Bay Delta Plan and its inadequate analysis of impacts to fishing, boating, swimming, and public access. I come from Discovery Bay, California, a place with close ties to the Delta and recreation. Sadly, we are at a critical point. Water quality issues are causing illnesses among people and pets, creating a legacy we don't want for future residents. The current staff report for Phase 2 of the Bay Delta Plan update falls short in addressing the critical issue of recreation for Delta communities. Our residents' well-being and activities defining our community are intertwined with the Delta's health. Immediate action is vital to protect the Delta's future. The lack of adequate flows and the absence of any objectives for harmful algal blooms have led to their continued proliferation throughout the Delta. This not only impairs the health and welfare of our communities, but also restricts the recreational activities that define our way of life. Families are now hesitant to let their children play near the water. This is not the Delta I grew up knowing and cherishing. The proposed voluntary agreements do not provide the necessary safeguards for water quality objectives. Without clear standards and implementation plans, we find ourselves in a perpetual cycle of reacting to a Bay Delta that is never truly restored. Decisive action is imperative. A proposed alternative suggesting a minimum of 65% unimpaired flows based on established science not only aids fish recovery, but also promotes healthier waters for recreation. Additionally, setting standards for harmful algal blooms is vital for community health and preserving our cherished activities. In conclusion, I thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I implore you to consider the impact of this staff report on recreation for Delta communities. I urge you to place a high priority on preserving beneficial uses, setting benchmarks for harmful algal blooms, and acknowledging the importance of adequate flows in maintaining the Delta's vitality. I hope you take this as an opportunity to reconsider the analysis in this Bay Delta Plan staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Appreciate the engagement and comments here. Next, I'd like to call up Sam Little, will be followed by Heinrich Albert, and then John Amodio. It's Little.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Sam Little, a climate water advocate from Restore the Delta. I'm here today to comment on the inadequacy of the draft staff report for the Phase 2 update of the Bay Delta Plan. The preferred alternative of 55% unimpaired flow is inadequate and will not protect the species listed on the staff report as special status. Considering the extensive list of threatened and endangered species within the Delta watershed, it's essential to evaluate the proposed alternatives' impacts to subsistence fishing, recreational fishing, and fish for the preservation of culture and tradition. This alternative, if implemented, would contribute to delaying the recovery of fish populations and likely worsen ongoing conditions, especially during periods of drought when a 45% unimpaired flow standard would stand. Restore the Delta urges the board to adopt a 75% unimpaired flow standard. It's imperative in line with the board's dedication to doubling salmon populations and safeguarding the holistic health of the Bay Delta ecosystem. The proposed 55% unimpaired flow alternative coupled with the 40% unimpaired flow standard adopted during Phase 1 will certainly lead to the extinction of fish species. Insufficient attention is given to the potential harm this could cause to fish already facing habitat destruction, disease, and mortality due to factors such as reduced flow, elevated water temperatures, and the proliferation of harmful algal blooms. Ensuring Bay Delta flow is vital for fish, environmental stability, and local communities. By overlooking better alternatives that would benefit the everyday users of the Delta is fundamentally unjust. I thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I hope you take this as an opportunity to reconsider the impacts on fisheries from insufficient flows in this update to the Bay Delta Plan.
Thank you, Ms. Little. Appreciate your comments and contributions here, certainly. Next, I'd like to call up Heinrich Albert, who will be followed by John Amodio, and then Cindy Charles.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Heinrich Albert. I have the privilege of living in El Dorado County on the Cosumnes River, one of the few California rivers that lacks major dams and reservoirs. For over a decade, the Water Board's own science reports have made clear that flows, temperature, and other water quality conditions in the delta and tributaries are inadequate to protect fish and other wildlife. Protecting this environment is a beneficial use and must be prioritized. Today, you are considering an update to the Bay Delta Plan. The staff report proposal is modest. It specifies delta inflows well below the levels required if we were to create optimal conditions for fish. It allows that modest flow level to be reduced still further if we find that environmental conditions improve significantly. I understand that the board is charged with balancing the needs of the environment with the needs of agriculture, industry, and residential use. But to adopt the proposed wholly inadequate voluntary agreements or to continue delay in hopes the VAs will be modified to target some semblance of environmental improvement would be no balancing, no compromise. Furthermore, as you know, the state is advancing massive infrastructure projects that, if built, would have very large effects on delta inflows and the delta environment. You must act with all deliberate speed so these multi-billion taxpayer dollar proposals can be evaluated under the rules that will exist if and when they become operational. Continuing with the hollow promises of the VAs would be an abdication of your responsibility to protect our waters as a public trust resource and the environment that some of us depend on for our livelihoods and many more depend on for sport, recreation, and the enjoyment of our beautiful state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to call up, I think it was Cindy Charles. I should have guessed it was actually John Amodio. Okay, if Cindy's not on, then we'll.
Hello, I'm here.
Hey, Cindy, sorry. Didn't mean to
Hi.
almost move off you.
Sorry.
Good afternoon.
I
Good
had to
be with us.
unmute.
Oh, sorry.
So, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay. I'm Cindy Charles, board member of the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance and the Tuolumne River Trust. I'm a longtime fly fisherman. I grew up in San Francisco and fished San Francisco Bay for crab and off the coast for salmon. The salmon fishery is a total collapse now. There's not even any real wild salmon anymore. My father, who went salmon fishing weekly on the Salty Lady sport fishing boat out of Sausalito in his retirement, would have a broken heart to see the state of the fishery if he were alive today. As you consider finalizing the long overdue Bay Delta Plan, you need to keep a balanced view of beneficial uses of the water we all own as part of the public trust. The Bay Delta is not being protected for a long time. Fisheries are closed, water quality is failing, fish counts are down. What will it take to finally make a difference? The plan needs 75% of unimpaired delta outflow It needs 75% of unimpaired Sacramento outflow. The plan does not need the voluntary agreements which were developed behind closed doors and shut out the environmental organizations and tribes. The VAs are deeply flawed and won't work. They don't set water quality standards and don't have science-based objectives to restore the fisheries once and for all. The salmon will come back if they are given enough water. Please be mindful of all beneficial uses of the Bay Delta, including recreation, good water quality, and stopping the extinction of salmon in our state. I thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Charles. Appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up John Amodio, followed by John Armstrong.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you and the board members sincerely for your public service. In a sense, I have been there, done that. I was given the privilege of being the executive officer of the state's first effort in 1993 to forge agreements between urban, ag, and environmental interests on protecting and restoring the Bay Delta. Immediately and painfully obvious is the absence of either tribal or environmental justice communities in those efforts. Obviously, we failed. Now, 30 years later, allow me to offer what I hope is useful perspective to you board members. First, this morning's panels were exceptional, and I hope you act on their concerns and recommendations. Next, please realize that you are genuinely among the 5 most powerful individuals in California who have the authority and responsibility to restore what is California's most important ecosystem. Cutting through the overload of facts and decades of studies, the trend line is indisputable. The ecological health of the Bay Delta continues its decades-long decline, to the point of risking irreversible loss of species and ecosystem health. Whatever benefits non-flow investments offer are marginal without adequate flow. The VSAs are a form of experiment that at best allows more study of whether restoration is possible without more flow. We do not need more studies on that point. As one brilliant USGS scientist has noted about the value of more studies, quote, only in a postmortem will you have the fullest knowledge, by which point it is obviously too late to make a life-saving difference. So while not doubting the sincerity of the VSA proponents, including some of my friends, it is simply too risky of a gamble. Their lack of transparency and inclusiveness to date speaks more than today's expressed desire to do so in the future. So when you make your historic decisions, I recommend that you first look back over the past 30 years and gauge why we are still failing in protecting and restoring the Bay Delta. Then I implore you to heartfully consider how your decision will feel in 30 years. Personally, will you feel you made the right decision, acting with integrity and courage to put aside political and personal consequences? More importantly, how will a young person 30 years from now view how your decision impacted their life and its dependence on a healthy environment? Will we finally have addressed the historic and continuing disproportionate impact on tribes, economically disadvantaged, and people of color? I'm reminded, I have to say, what Governor Brown's Resources Secretary, Huey Johnson, advised me in becoming an assistant resource secretary. He said, to do this job right, you need to be willing to be fired by doing the right thing. I actually believe in you folks. I admire your insights, and I wish you the best. And thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Amodio. I appreciate those words and the contribution here to this work ongoing. Next, I'd like to call up John Armstrong, who'll be followed by Martin McDonald.
I have to pass today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Next, I'd like to go to Martin McDonald. And Mr. McDonald, you've been given an opportunity to unmute and come off. Please do just raise your hand if you're away from your computer at this point, and we can circle you back in. Next, I'd like to go to then Wesley Chong.
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this hearing.
even though it's a little late. So my name is Wesley Chuang. I'm a resident of Los Angeles, and I don't have any personal agenda calling, but I want to call in to support our state scientists who are striking today and support tribes, indigenous people in Northern California, EJ communities who are suffering from all the algae blooms and the deterioration of
They're waiting for you to give your testimony, my.
Mr. Amodio, I apologize. We'll put you back on mute. Sorry, Mr. Chung.
Okay. Yeah, so all the EJ communities who are affected by the deterioration of the Bay Delta health. And I also want to oppose the VAs, which are backroom deals negotiated between water agencies and the state and big ag, big oil behind closed doors and without input from tribes, communities, and environmental fishing groups, or even regular member of the public. And that should not be, and you should not consider that as an alternative to the Bay Delta plan that your own scientists have been working hard on. And that's I see that as a devaluing of science and the scientists who are striking today. And I would also want to support at least 65% unimpaired flow on the Sacramento River, like many environmental and EJ groups have said before me, because the 55% standard is not sufficient. And don't forget that the tribes have senior water rights, even though it's not illegal. But if you want to do the right thing, they came here before us. So you should proactively reach out to them and about the tribal beneficial uses and respect them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chung. Appreciate your comments and participating in this discussion here today. Next, I'd like to call John McManus, to be followed by Robin Durston and then William Smith.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Hi. I don't know what picture is coming through here.
Yeah, the image is coming through, but it looks kind of washed out a little.
Well, it doesn't look like, oh.
Oh, yeah, no, we can, see the top half of your face. Good morning. Good afternoon, Mr. McManus. It's good to see you.
Hi, folks. Okay, now it looks relatively normal. Scared me there for a moment. John McManus, believe it or not, these days I am the senior policy director, not the executive director or the president of the Golden State Salmon Association. I think you all know that our salmon fishing season was closed this year. With the returns that we're seeing to the Central Valley right now, it appears quite likely that it'll probably be closed again next year. And I just wanted to deliver some news. Hang on just for a sec, because I'm seeing the last guys.
Mr. McManus, just so you know, you're coming in a little low. It might be helpful to bring the mic a little closer to your mouth, just so you know. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'll try.
That's perfect.
Hopefully that's a little bit better. So we're not fishing right now. We're probably not going to fish next year. And I'm telling you this because there's a need to act urgently. I know you all function within a bureaucracy that has procedures I know you're trying to be faithful to the procedures that are required before arriving at a decision, but we're running out of time. I heard this morning that this year's return of fall run salmon, the fish that we normally fish on, to the upper Sacramento Basin appears to be numbering only about 500. 500 fall run fish. This is minus any fishing pressure whatsoever. We didn't fish this year. There are fewer fall run in the upper Sacramento Basin than there are winter run. Many of your policies and oversight have been geared towards trying to protect winter run. I want to tell you and alert you that pretty soon your plate is going to have more on it. Hopefully the fall run don't get listed, but from everything I'm hearing, and I think your staff is in touch with the fishery agency people too, and can tell you, it appears that spring run will be listed imminently, or uplisted, I should say. Currently, they're listed as threatened, and it looks like they will be uplisted to endangered. One of the reasons I want to flag this to your attention, this is a little aside from the Bay Delta plan, but the site's reservoir proponents will soon be in front of you seeking a water diversion permit. And as you consider that, even if the spring run have not formally been uplisted to endangered yet, you might want to keep that in the back of your mind, because the spring run are actually hanging on in the creeks where they live, and where we're losing them is in the main stem Sacramento. Sacramento flows are inadequate, and I think the 500 fall run in the upper river show that the stewardship that this board is supposed to provide to us Californians is falling short. We need some help. We need it rapidly. I also just want to flag that in a normal year, we would have taken many boatloads of young kids, teenagers, out salmon fishing and introduced them to nature, our incredible marine resources off the coast of California. That didn't happen this year, probably won't happen next year. So what's happening now is hurting generations. And finally, I'd just like to flag, in this world that we're living in with crazy stuff going on all around us, when you think about what young people are responding to, and you heard some of them today from the Restore the Delta group, which was quite impressive. But when you see what young people are dealing with all around them right now, one of the things they look at is government, and what in the world is government doing? Is it working? And when they see extinctions of our native salmon happening in their lifetime, you know it's got to be demoralizing. You know they have to feel alienated from government, that it's not serving them. This is not what any of us wants. So I want to flag this to your attention as you think about your job, all the bureaucratic handcuffs that you deal with. Keep in mind that there's need for quick action. And the people who want to tell you that producing more fish food or putting more gravel in the river is going to solve the problem are not addressing that which got us to 500 fall run in the upper river this year. 500 is not there because they lack gravel. It's not there because they lack food. It's there because the eggs fried 3 years ago, most of them were killed from hot water, and the few that hatched failed to successfully migrate down the Sacramento River due to low flows. So I will stop there. Good luck in your work going forward. And please don't feel constrained to carry this process to the point of perfection. We don't have time. We need action soon. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. I appreciate those comments and continued engagement on this project and work. Thank you, truly. Next, I'd like to call up Robin Durston, who will be followed by William Smith. And then we'll take just a 10-minute break, give ourselves a bio break here.
Oh, thank you for listening to my comments. I'm Robin Durston, just an individual, so I support Restore the Delta's position. The Delta has suffered for decades without updated water quality and flow standards that protect communities' culture, fisheries, recreation, and agriculture. The staff report for the Bay Delta Plan contains the voluntary agreements, a private, incomplete, and discriminatory process in which most Californians were left out of having a say in water allocation and river and Bay Delta protections, not to mention the disparate impacts these agreements will cause for tribal and environmental justice communities. Additionally, the staff report doesn't contain a proposed project, but rather a recommended alternative with options through which the board can put together a Bay Delta plan that serves political interests rather than science-based objectives to restore our fisheries and environmental health. As currently drafted, the plan is incomplete and inadequate for fisheries and the overall health of the Bay Delta estuary. A proposed alternative of 55% unimpaired flows for the Sacramento River with a range of 45 to 65% will not save native fisheries, and fisheries will continue to slide into extinction. While there isn't a stable proposed project because board members are being offered alternatives with additional a la carte management options, 65% minimum unimpaired flows gets us closer to fish recovery, but 75% is the best based on established science. There is no plan of implementation for the proposed alternative, which should have been finished over the last 5 years. There is no harmful algae bloom standard to protect people who come in contact with waterways. There isn't a real strategy for how harmful algae blooms will be tracked, identified, and mitigated. The voluntary agreements, which are offered as an option, do not set water quality objectives, so the voluntary agreements cannot meet the objectives of the Bay Delta Plan. The voluntary agreements, as included in this draft, do not include an implementation plan, meaning the public will have to comment on implementation later. This keeps us in a perpetual cycle of reacting to a Bay Delta that is never finished. Beneficial uses are identified in this plan: agriculture, fisheries, recreation, and drinking water, but the plan does not define tribal beneficial uses, which is a continuation of discriminatory practices. The staff report only looked at groundwater and drinking water, not cultural or recreational uses. The environmental justice analysis for the Delta is inadequate, seeing it doesn't cover 72 small drinking water systems. The voluntary agreements do not address cold water pools upstream needed for fisheries and do not contain storage thresholds. The staff report does identify the beneficial uses of a healthy river and estuary and healthy fisheries within the cost-benefit analysis. The cost benefits are mostly related to water exports. And I have a question about, on the American River, they have the Nestle and Alhambra companies pump thousands of gallons of groundwater out with their wells nearby. What kind of regulation do you put on them? Because they paid very little for their water and they sell it, a bottle of water it's pretty expensive. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Durston. We won't necessarily answer your question here, but it is here part of the record and the comments that we'll have. But thank you. Appreciate your participation in the comments that you provided here today for the project here. Next, I'd like to call up William Smith, who will be followed by, I was going to take a break. It seems like there's only about 4 or 5 folks left, and so we'll just kind of finish through them instead. So go to William Smith, then Charming Evelyn, and Lionel Mars. And Mr. Smith, you've been offered an opportunity to come on camera or go off mute. If you're away from your computer and you come back, please, we'll take your comment. Just raise your hand. Next then, we'll go to Charming Evelyn and Denise Louie. I do see your hand up and we'll put you in queue. We're still going through here, folks. So Miss Evelyn, good to see you. Good afternoon.
Nice to see you too, Chair Esquivel. Nice to see you too, Board Member Maguire. We saw each other just 2 weeks ago. There's so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charming Evelyn, and I am the co-chair of the Sierra Club California Water Committee. I am also the chair of the Angeles Chapter Water Committee, and so I'm coming to you from the unceded land of the Tongva, the Quiche, and the Chumash in Southern California. And I thought it was extremely important for you to hear the voices from the folks in Southern California. But before I say what I have to say today, I do want to start this with something I do at every water committee meeting. And I normally start with the Native American Haudenosaunee water acknowledgement from braiding sweetgrass. We give thanks to all the waters of the world. We are grateful that the waters are still here and doing their duty, sustaining life on Mother Earth. Water is life, quenching our thirst and providing us with strength, making the plants grow and sustaining us all. Let us gather our minds together, and with one mind, we send greetings and our thanks to the waters. I read this out today to you because I think there are a lot of us that are forgetting the connection most of us have to water and the fact that it is life and it is not an infinite resource. It is very finite. Our First Nation people consider all rivers to be women and the flow of that river to be her hair. Women give life. They sustain life. And that is how we should regard the Bay Delta. I would like to amplify the voices of our First Nation people who spoke this morning and the EJ voices we heard representing the underserved in Stockton and surrounding areas. The Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition, with our words, Little Manila Rising. I agree with everything that was said this morning. The Water Board should incorporate tribal beneficial uses into the updated framework, including providing staff recommendations for adoption and implementation of TBUs. The voluntary agreements were negotiated through an exclusionary process and have done nothing but stall the board's process to update the Bay Delta Plan. It is sad that I have to be back here again today. I was here when Felicia Marcus was the chair, arguing again against VAs. We went through this process. This should not be a political decision. The Water Board's process to update the Bay Delta Plan has dragged on for 15 years and counting. This agreement fails to protect water quality, public health, fish, and wildlife. This proposal is not supported by science or common sense. Rather, it is driven by special interests. To the Rice Commission and the River Network, where is your tribal consultation? Where are the voices of the Black and Brown communities directly affected? When I looked at the panels side by side, you saw a panel of BIPOC and you saw a panel of non-BIPOC people. I hope that resonated with you board members up there, because it surely resonated with me sitting looking at the screen at the difference and also in how the entire problem was approached. We are creating an even bigger social justice situation when we do not incorporate all voices. And I would like to say to everyone, to all of these groups, particularly to our water agencies, it is up to you to go to these affected. It is up to you to reach out to tribal communities and EJ communities. It is not up to them to come to you. That is how environmental justice works. And without social justice, there is no environmental justice. Tribal ecological knowledge must be included. HAB standards must be included. Tribal beneficial uses must be included. Tribal water rights must be addressed and quantified. To do nothing is not an option. The Delta is deteriorating while we sit on our laurels. I will end by saying this. Vice Chair Melissa Tayebi said early this morning, ecology is culture and culture is ecology. This resonated with me because just a couple of weeks ago, I was the keynote speaker at the AAPI, Asian American Pacific Islander Climate Convening. And believe it or not, this was exactly my topic, cultural sustainability. And I say to you, or everyone that's listening today, we must take into account cultural sustainability. And we must pay heed to those that came before us, that were great stewards of this earth, that will continue to be there after us. Thank you for this opportunity, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Evelyn. Appreciate your comments and time here with us on this project and continued discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Lionel Mares. Apologies on the pronunciation.
Thank you so much. My name is Lionel Mares. I am a resident of California and a local activist with the Sierra Club, here to comment on this item. First, the Water Board should not consider the voluntary agreement proposal as a valid alternative to updating the Bay Delta plan. The VAs are not scientifically backed and fail to provide adequate fresh water flows to improve conditions for fish, water quality, and public health. Number two, the Water Board should adopt a minimum unimpaired flow standard of 65% or greater on the Sacramento River in order to provide that for recovery and viability of imperiled species. A 55% imperiled flow standard is sufficient to meet these goals. And three, the Water Board should incorporate tribal beneficial uses, TBUs, into the updated framework, including providing staff recommendations for adoption and implementations of TBUs, because I believe that there are other ways of water conservation, and I do believe that we should, like my Charmaine said, that we should reach out to tribal leaders, and the state should do more to protect our resources and to protect and conserve our natural habitat. Thank you so much for hearing out my comments.
Thank you for providing those comments, Mr. Mars. Appreciate that and your patience today in providing them. Thank you. Next, call up Denise Louie and maybe one of our final speakers.
Oh, hi.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon. I'm Denise Louie, a San Francisco native and member of the Center for Biological Diversity. I urge you to take immediate action to bring the Bay Delta back from the brink of collapse by increasing freshwater flows up to 75%. You have the power to implement emergency measures. You have the power to implement the Bay Delta plan without further delay. I hope our governor is listening, because I'm calling him out for his interference in anti-environment water policies. I'm calling out the San Francisco PUC for its lawsuits and useless voluntary agreements, which are wasting our collective time and money. And from the point of view of your own children and grandchildren, what would you want them to think about your role in the Bay Delta ecosystem? They'll know if you've turned a deaf ear to the cries of environmentalists like me and Native Americans, fishermen, local residents and farmers, and scientists. My 9-year-old grandson cries when he learns of species headed for extinction. Now, 7 Bay Delta fish species are threatened. You have the power and responsibility to balance the needs of humans and wildlife. Now, after years of insufficient freshwater flows, 75% of unimpaired flows are needed to help fish and other wildlife, not just to survive, but to thrive. Just for added emphasis, you have the power and responsibility to carry out the mission of the State Water Board. thank you for this opportunity to speak.
And thank you, Ms. Louie. I appreciate those words. And appreciate everyone's participation here. These are certainly not, it is a critical project. I feel a lot of urgency and requires a lot of listening here amongst us as well. Looking to my clerk to see if that concludes our commenters. I think it does at this point. If there's anyone on the platform who hasn't commented and is expecting to do so, just raise your hand. Likewise, if there's anyone else left in the room. Okay, seeing none. This is part of a 3-day public hearing, so we will not be concluding the hearing today, but just pausing until we open back up on December 1st at 9:30. I just want to thank everyone. It's been a very productive day. I just appreciate all the voices that are coming to the table here. It is so critical for us as a board that there be trust in this room, that folks come to this project knowing that the board is in listening and decision-making mode, and we have a lot to try to conclude here in this next year as we laid out our timeline for a final vote coming before this board. I'm looking to do a lot more listening. We still have two additional public sessions here, which will have panels and other commenters. And so I think for now, I just want to leave it at a lot of thanks. It isn't easy to come up to Sacramento. It isn't easy to always participate in these proceedings. And so everyone that did is incredibly valued. And again, we're looking to continue to make sure we create the right tone here so that people feel safe to come up and criticize and bring their best thoughts to what, again, we're tasked with here all collectively, and even here us at the dais as a board. Anything from fellow board colleagues further? And then if not, then we can pause again this 3-day hearing. We'll pick it back up at 9:30 on December 1st. And until then, just appreciate everyone's great work, and we'll see you all soon. Have a fantastic holiday next week, those celebrating, and please spend good time with family. And we'll see you all soon here at our next board meeting. With that, we now suspend and we'll come back to our public meeting. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, recess. I think we will recess. Thank you, everyone.